Good morning, everybody. My name is Melissa Mahaver-Snow, and I'm the current Welsh Branch Chair of SIWEM. Welcome to the 21st Wales Flood Conference. It's so good to see everybody here again. Thank you so much for making the journey. We really hope to inspire you today, share what's going on in Wales, provide networking opportunities, and have a bite to eat together. And a big hello to those joining online. Big shout out to NRW's project delivery team. This conference is organised by the Chartered Institute of Water and Environmental Management, Welsh Branch Partnership with ICE Wales. It's kindly supported by Welsh Government. The conference is sponsored by ARIP, Arcadis, Binnies, JBA Consultant and Waterco. We would like to thank them for their generosity. Firstly, some practicalities. The fire exits are located in this room over there and just outside in the welcome area. There's no fire practice today, so if the alarm goes off, please make your way to the fire exits. The assembly point is in the main car park. The toilets outside this room, and you will see some stairs heading downwards. There's also some toilets in the hotel main reception. I hope most of you now have seen the programme. There's a couple displayed around the venue. This year's theme is Climate Change and Resilience, which is well timed with COP29 and Wales Climate Week just last week. Flooding events across Wales year on year appear to be indicative of climate change, and therefore, looking towards the future, flooding is likely to become increasingly frequent. Without appropriate flood risk planning and management, there can be serious and indeed tragic consequences of flooding. It is important for us as experts to inform Welsh public of these consequences and to be strong advocates of the best methods of flood risk management and resilience. We must change the way flooding is viewed. We here in Wales must ensure that people of Wales are adequately informed of flood prevention and mitigation measures and can effectively plan the possibility of flooding. Today's conference is split into 3 sessions. The first session, Climate Change and Carbon. The second session, Policy. We look forward to welcoming the Deputy First Minister, Hugh Aranka-Davies, during this session, who has kindly made time for us in his busy schedule. Unfortunately, though, he won't be able to stay for the Q&A session. And thirdly, our last session is focusing on resilience. In the Q&A sessions, we would love you to receive your question via Slido. Please download the app. And remember to put your phones on silent afterwards. Each session chair will pick the most popular question voted by the audience to read out. During the coffee and lunch breaks, please take time to visit our exhibitors. Today, we also welcome Kate Strong. Kate is a climate venturer, 3-time world breaker cyclist, age group world champion triathlete, and ex-aerospace engineer. Kate, along with Dr. Masood, a world-leading expert in freshwater health, are here to highlight the importance of working together to promote our river systems. They invite you to be part of a world record attempt for the most participants in a river cleanup. It's multiple locations along the River Taff on Friday, the 21st of March, 2025. I'm already signed up. Kate's happy to answer your questions in the break, and please visit her stand. Now I would like to welcome the first chair, Paul Schaefer, onto the stage.
Great. Thanks, Melissa. Good morning, everybody. I'm Paul Schaefer, Director of Innovation and Delivery at SIWEM. I've been championing good water management for the past 20 years, focusing on surface water management, integrated water management and flood resilience. Before I move on to the proceedings, I just really wanted to pass on our thanks from SIWEM as an institution to the work that's gone here to make this event a possibility. We've seen representation from the SIWEM Welsh Branch, ICE branch, and others on the steering group that included sponsors. And I was invited to a number of the meetings, and I could see the energy that took that forward. But these kind of things don't really happen without the volunteers. So I really wanted to say a special thank you to them, but a particular thank you to George, who pretty much led from the front during the preparations and is also leading from the rear this afternoon. So if you see him raving, that's primarily to actually ask the speakers to hurry up and wrap up. So I just want to say thank you. I'm really excited to be chairing this session on climate change and carbon. We've got some really good presentations in this session, and I will ask our speakers to keep to time so we have some time for questions that we can run through using Slido. So at the moment, I'm going to quickly run through the speakers now, and there's more information on the speakers' bios in the material that was sent for the joining instructions. So our first speaker is Ben Rabb, who is Technical Director at JBA, and he's specialising in climate risk and adaptation. Our second speaker is Dean Beamish, who is the Principal Asset Management Consultant at BINIS, specialising in strategic and tactical asset planning and risk-based investment solutions. And for our third presentation, we have a double act of Oliver Atkins and Will McBain. And Oliver is a project manager for the Environment Agency's Decarbonisation Technology Accelerator, and Will is a director at Arup and leads on their work on adaptation and resilience in the water sector. We're still waiting our final speaker, and for this session, it's Councillor Alistair Ibbotson, who is Chair of Flintshire County Council's Climate Change Committee. So hopefully he will arrive in time for his presentation at the end. So without further ado, I'd just like to invite Ben Rabb from JBA to get us started, who is going to give us a presentation on the challenge of climate change in Wales, making informed decisions.
There we go. Good morning, everybody. Before I begin, I just want to acknowledge the fact that most of the work that I'll show you this morning is not mine. It is the work of my colleagues who are listed on the slide there. So I am merely a conduit for their work today. So again, before I begin, I think it's worth reflecting on some of the key points from the recent climate adaptation strategy for Wales, which was released last month. The first point being that thinking ahead, we can maximise the co-benefits and opportunities from investment in adaptation. But the important thing is that decisions need to be made in Wales with the latest evidence available. And we are in somewhat of a purple patch with respect to the availability of climate data, climate portals, online GIS systems, which can give us a whole range of very granular information about various metrics which could impact your operations and your assets and so on. So we have the local climate adaptation tool from the University of Exeter, the climate risk indicator tool from University of Reading and partners, and a recent release of the local authority Climate Explorer from the Met Office on the bottom right. So this talk is not intended to go through all the information you can get from portals like this, but rather focusing on three key challenges, and they are how the climate has already changed recently in Wales, how we can better understand future impacts, and specifically related to fluvial and rainfall allowances and the update of those, and finally meeting the challenge of how you use that information to make informed decisions on the ground. Okay, so challenge number one, the climate has already changed and is changing. So here's a few graphs to illustrate that point. So the top left and the middle top are annual mean Welsh temperature from 1884 to last year, and annual Welsh rainfall from 1884 to last year as well, with the black line being the running 30-year average. And if we normalise those on a scale which is a % change from the baseline, which is the bottom left, we can see that the one change tracks the other quite well. So as rainfall goes up, or as temperature goes up, so does rainfall. And this is also reflected in the correlation chart, which is in the bottom middle, which has a sort of very clear correlation between the two. And for those, some of you may be aware of a relationship named after a couple of 18th century meteorologists called Clasius and Claprion, and that relationship is such that for every 1 degree rise in temperature, the atmosphere can hold around 7% more water vapor. And lo and behold, there has been around about 1.12 degree rise in temperature, and around about 6% increase in rainfall in Wales over that period of time. The other thing to kind of point out that it's not just the mean change, but the box plots in the top right also illustrate the fact that it's the sort of extremely wet years which are increasing too. So on the left we have 1961 to 1990, and on the right 1991 to 2020. Okay, so it's getting wetter, it's getting warmer. What's the impact that have been on peak flows? So a couple of years ago, a colleague of mine, Duncan Faulkner, ran a trend analysis for all the flow gauges around the UK, which had at least 40 years worth of data. Conducted something called a Mann-Kendall trend test, and found that around quarter showed a statistically significant increase in peak flows. And you can see just about there's quite a few flow gauges in South Wales showing very strong trends of increase in peak flows. There are a few in the southeast of England which show a negative trend, but they're in the minority. And it also doesn't include, because that was in 2019, it doesn't include the sort of most recent really wet weather we had last winter, one of the wettest on record. And there happens to be a sort of climate change event attribution study of the storms that led to that very wet winter, which suggested that it was 20%, the storms that led to that wet winter were 20% heavier in terms of rainfall and around 10 times more likely than would have occurred without human-induced climate change. So it's getting wetter, peak flows are increasing. The third variable of interest is sea level rise. So we're in the interesting position now to be able to look back at what UK CP18 projections did say about sea level rise and compare those with tide gauges. So between, so the red line is the CP18 projections from the RCP 8.5, 95th percentile, so the most extreme projections. And the blue line is observations from the tide gauges, in this case at Milford Haven and Fishguard. And we can see that there is some natural variation in that, but there is a general trend upwards, which is similar to the projections. The thing that is of interest is that the observed trend is higher than the highest projection. So from between 2007 and 2020, there was actually 4.6 centimetres more sea level rise at Milford Haven than was projected. And at Fishguard, there was about 6.2 centimetres more. So sea level seems to be rising faster than the projections indicated. Okay, so we've looked at current and past observations. How about understanding future impacts? And in this instance, specifically to do with fluvial and rainfall uplift allowances. So before I go on about allowances, it's worth reflecting on the evolution in climate modelling. So this is a sort of a snip from the UK CP Local, which is an ensemble of 12 convective permitting climate models operating at a very fine spatial scale, 2.2 kilometres, more or less the scale of a weather forecast. And you can see on the left-hand plot, that's how a sort of a low res climate model would represent a sort of storm across southern England. And on the right side, it's the same storm modelled using that high-res data. So the difference in terms of the spatial extent of the rainfall is much different, much more realistic in the high-res data. And this modelling exercise for the Met Office had a few kind of key results. Generally, they showed an increase in the intensity of heavy summer rainfall events, more so than using the sort of lower res data. An extension of the convective season from summer into autumn, so more likely to get these sort of thunderstorms in the autumn as well as the midsummer. The number of days where hourly rainfall exceeds 30 mil in an hour almost doubles by the 2070s, and also the sort of trend that winter rainfall is increasing is more marked in this high-res data. So at the moment, there's a bit of a trickle-down process of getting this data into climate change allowances that can be used by decision makers in Wales. So how are these allowances determined? So essentially what we do is we work out a baseline extreme statistic, could be sort of 1 in 100 year hourly rainfall event. We then carry out that same statistic for the future time period, and we minus number 1 from number 2, so we're left with the difference between the two sort of events. And on the left-hand side, we have a grid of rainfall uplifts across Wales based on the 2.2 kilometre projections. And on the right-hand side, we have the monthly rainfall anomalies that are used to run CEH's grid-to-grid fluvial modelling, which is used to work out the fluvial uplifts. So at the moment, there's a process of translating this information into guidance in Wales. So just to kind of illustrate that in a bit more detail, this is the output from that CEH grid-to-grid model using climate projections. The different colours represent increases in peak flows depending on the scenario. And this is a bit of a sort of zoom in for a couple of catchments in North Wales and South. And you can see there's a lot of heterogeneity within the catchments. So there's a lot of blue and orange. So you can have blue in the headwaters and orange further down, showing that there's a greater difference in certain parts of the catchment. So there's a bit of decision making going on about how best to represent that, whether to keep that heterogeneity in the guidance or create sort of general uplifts. And it actually turns out that the differences between the catchments is not actually that great. So what we end up with is having quite just a small number of generalised uplift factors across the whole of Wales, because it doesn't really make sense to have uplifts at every sort of reach of the river. It gets too complicated. Okay, so this is a summary of the current allowances for Wales. It's probably familiar to most of you. We have the top is the fluvial uplifts, 2020, 2050s and 2080s. And there's Wales is essentially split into 3 areas, Severn, West Wales and D, where there's a significant difference between the uplifts. So just picking the 2050s, fluvial, they range from between 15% for the central estimate in the D up to around 40% for the upper estimate in West Wales and the Severn. And then the bottom table is the uplifts for rainfall that are current at the moment. So they range from between 5 and 40% at the end of the century. So we're in the process of updating the information that feeds into potential changes to these allowances. And this analysis shows that based on that research from the 2.2 data on CH, that the uplifts will go up from between about 5 and 10%. In particular, the mid-century rainfall allowances appear to be going up. Okay. So the last section is how do we use this information to make informed decisions? So some of you may be familiar with what we call the cascade of uncertainty on the left-hand side, and this is a kind of schematic of how at each step of a modelling exercise you get sort of a greater amount of uncertainty. So, you know, future greenhouse gas emissions, different climate models, how we downscale them and interface those with hydrological models, how we then assess the impact of the different events through a hydrological model. And what we're left with at the bottom is what we call the envelope of uncertainty, a whole range of future conditions. And there are a number of different techniques that we can use to kind of make decisions in spite of this uncertainty, rather than picking, you know, one, you know, future. It's best to kind of take a holistic approach. And these are things like using adaptation pathways, not locking yourself into particular pathways. In some instances, depending on your risk tolerance, you take a precautionary approach, you know, investing in large-scale sewer upgrades, for example, or you take a more adaptive approach using nature-based solutions, SUDs and so on, or a combination of the two. But the final point I wanted to make is reflecting on a project that we're running in partnership with Swansea Council down the road, developing their adaptation plan. And what we've been doing there is integrating all this climate data, flood data with other socioeconomic data. So in this instance, it's index of multiple deprivation. So it's really important to include non-climate drivers, vulnerability when you make decisions about where to invest in adaptation and so on. So thank you. I'm getting a red light. Thanks for listening.
Great, thanks, Ben. The presentation really showcased the value of using data, and I was looking forward to see how that could potentially underpin decisions and deliver multiple benefits, but maybe one for discussion. So, Dean, so we're on to our second presentation now. Dean's going to provide a presentation on digital asset management plans, planning for uncertainty. So can I also remind people to use the Slido if they can as well to pose those questions. So we're reminding you to do that at Q&A, but if you can put your questions in now, that'd be great. Over to you, Dean.
Morning, everyone. So yeah, my talk's focused on asset management plans. We worked with the Environment Agency in Cumbria and Lancashire to produce them. Just a bit of background to why produce whole life asset management plans. There's a lot of reactive events that happen, particularly in Cumbria and Lancashire, often makes national news. These events affect communities, people, extremely expensive, rather than planning those activities out. Here's one in Cumbria, we had to get a Chinook out and populate or rebuild the embankment that's burst and flooded loads of properties. And these are like 7-figure sums, so there's a definite benefit, if only looking at it through the monetised side of this, to actually plan out these activities. So just very briefly, quite a complicated slide, just to touch on, to align to the topics of today around climate change and resilience. So the Environment Agency has a clear kind of line of sight around achieving national climate resilience, being net zero, the adaptation bit being sustainable, and all those metrics. But right at the bottom here, Cumbria and Lancashire is at the start of all this journey, and we're trying to understand even just what assets we own. So my talk's really focused around the real world project understanding, just on basic terms of what assets we even own, and just building it up logically and as a stepped process to achieve those longer term aims the environment has over like a 25-year horizon. So just a bit of background, Cumbria and Lancashire, we started a project building these digital asset management plans with 11 almost site location level AMPs with a view to building them out to a catchment area. So we've used Power BI. There's a video that I'll show in a moment that describes how we've used Power BI to allow filtering of locations up to rivers, systems, certain reaches of different river systems, as well as filtering on asset types, that type of thing. So this just describes that we've started with 11 strategically important asset locations, and Cumbria and Lancashire is an extensive area. You've got large towns like Blackpool mixed in with loads of farmland, with drainage issues. Cockermouth always, that bottom left picture makes BBC News. They use that quite a bit with people's houses flooded right up to their windows. So just to briefly outline what digital asset management plans are, they're taking all those strategic documents, all those outcomes that are required, that are set out in the strategic kind of realm of planning, and an asset management plan effectively outlines the activities associated with asset life cycle. So building new assets, operating them, maintaining them, disposing of those assets. It's all those activities that balance, or trade-offs really, around risk, asset performance and cost. So both capital and the operational costs of running those assets, and getting the mix of those trades off right in the realms of affordability. And there's a video which I'm hoping by pressing next will play.
This is a quick overview of the main pages in our interactive asset management plan. The plan selection page allows users to choose the plan or plans they wish to examine within Power BI. This allows for selection at any point in the hierarchy, meaning a user can choose to select all the plans in a specific catchment or area, for example, or select one or multiple plans of their choice from this box. The rest of the pages in the plan will show information only for plans or plans selected on this page. The asset condition page allows users to view a wide range of information about the condition of assets included within the selected plan or plans. On this map, one can hover over specific assets to see their changing condition over time, as well as scroll down to see more information about the current, target, and deviance in condition of the assets. The flood risk page shows the extent of the flood risk on a map of the area. As for other pages, there is a high level of interactivity, as hovering over will show you the monetized flood risk. You can also zoom in and out for greater detail, or select specific flood areas. There is also other information available in graphs and tables, such as showing whether a property is residential or non-residential. The risk assessment page shows the results from risk workshops conducted earlier in the project, in which all risks for the scope of the plan were identified. This box visualization shows clearly how many risks are in which color-coded zones, with axes that show clearly which risks are higher due to their likelihood of failure and which are higher because of the consequence of their failure. By scrolling down, we can see more information about these risks, including how the risk values were calculated. But you can also choose a specific box, which will then reflect only the risks in that box. You can also choose to filter by consequence. For example, if you want to look at risks that only have a flood risk consequence, or only selecting high, medium, or low risks. The CapEx investment page shows the capital investment needs for the plan over time. It allows for selections to be made based on different scenarios, so we can compare a baseline scenario to a baseline scenario with the addition of high and medium risk, and also allows the users to see which assets are involved in making up the total costs, and can filter this over a wide time period. So for example, you could reduce this down to only show you within the next 5 years, or extend it out. You can also hover over a specific year, which will quickly show you how much money is accounted for, or click on it and receive only the information about those assets that make up that particular cost. If any of these costs are linked to one of the risks, that information will also be included. The OPEX investment page shows the scheduled maintenance needs for the plan over time, both as a graphical overview and in further detail, mirroring the CapEx page. As with other pages, specific asset types can be selected, so you can choose to filter on a specific task. And the color coding allows you to easily see which resource is responsible for which works. You can then also filter by this resource. Further detail is given, showing you the period and frequency of tasks. And as with the CapEx page, you are free to click on a specific section, and this will reflect only those involved in this section. Altogether, these pages form a plan that will enable users to be better positioned to prioritise spending and replacement decisions, manage risk, optimise maintenance, and observe how well a chosen scenario links to their objectives and is meeting the business's needs. This is a step forward for asset management plans in terms of their adaptability and ease of use.
Super, that works well. So just going to touch on, I sort of looked at the agenda today and realised people were focusing a lot on climate change and carbon would pick it up better than I can. So I focus more around the real world work with Cumbria and Lancashire. They've acknowledged that they've got good systems for building new assets, a robust process for building business cases and building new assets. and understanding all the associated risks and outcomes requirements for those, but by their own admission, not great at maintaining their own asset base. They've built a lot of their new assets over the years for the next few decades, so they really realise they have to maintain what they've got and need to get better at understanding what those trade-offs between risk, benefits or value. Eventually they'll get to look at these things in value and looking at partnership funding. So it's really understanding their current assets, what they own, how they use that information to make better informed decisions. So it's very much the first run on the ladder. We're just starting out describing what these assets actually are and understanding them. So essentially, there was a big gap in data quality with a lot of gaps. So we've done a manual trawl of O&M manuals to pull out material types, install years, all the basic stuff, all my utilities experience. I've worked across the world, all sectors, they're all very much the same. We're lacking data, and that drives uncertain decisions, and then people tend not to do anything, and then reactive events occur more frequently. So it's very much just acknowledging we are where we are, getting the best information out that we can in terms of data, populating those in a single system. At the time, now there's just one asset information management system in the Environment Agency. When we started this, there was two. So you had to manually combine the maintenance one with the GIS-based system. That's all been resolved. But for Cumbria and Lancashire, we did a tremendous amount of work with people that retired. We got them out, invited them to dinner, and just chucked loads of maps on the table. And all the old people from operations were lovely after their steak to then populate all install years and material types for embankments and this stuff. So rather than just pretending everything was 1970s, we've got probably 80% correct data than when we started, which helps when we're making those capital and operational investment decisions. We understand we can use the asset deterioration modelling methodology to predict investment in the future. So that's helped the asset management lead that I was working with go to his leadership team to say, in the decades to come, I'm going to need a huge amount more investment to maintain, renew, replace, even just on the existing climate change path. We did a little bit of climate scenario stuff, but not much. We just simply aren't at that level. Conscious of time, so I will move on. So just to kind of visualise that, we started off, this is one pump station, pre-edit, pre-collecting all the information. We had very little shown on GIS. And afterwards, we've got much more data. So in turn, we've got more asset deterioration curves. We've got more future planning for operational tasks, maintenance renewal periods, etc. It just populates all that information and gives us a truer picture of potentially what investment we'll need or what risks we might carry in that future. So flood risk mapping, it's kind of touched it on the video, so I'm not going to dwell too much. Again, data challenges, inconsistency around economic damages data, hydraulic modelling, lack of new or even modelling data at all. So it's trying to work with what we had. We used criticality and look at the flood damages information here to go back to the national team to say we might want to reprioritise some of the programme and push some of these catchments that aren't due for a hydraulic modelling renewal sooner rather than later. In the absence of the data at the moment, we've used 1 and 2D hydraulic data just to feed into our tool to generate figures that are reasonably accurate, might give us 78% of a realistic answer, but stops us from, I guess, the paralysis of not making a decision at all. We're working with the information that we've got, and there's actions that come out of this, whether it's asset data, in this case flood risk, that says moving forward there's actions to improve the data as we go, as you do another iteration of the AMP in a few years' time. So risk management, again, we alluded to on the video, very good at creating new assets by their own admission, need some help with maintaining what they've got and demonstrating there is investment need. So we just very simply created a consequence likelihood little 5x5 model. The real benefit really was the risk workshops. We're pulling in asset performance teams, field operations, fisheries, biodiversity, and everyone understanding what's happening effectively across their catchment. So we're understanding all each other's drivers and needs and making the trade-offs together, sometimes uncomfortably, to say we're prioritising this flood risk, but we acknowledge there's a biodiversity gain, and just trying to have that conversation. is very siloed, people working independently in different teams. The decisions that were made in different teams then impact others without realising, just not all informed. So this is just the first step to bring people together using a simple 5x5 model. It's all recorded. We're logging what any mitigations would be as well. And that helps us make investment decisions that all teams are aware of. So the CapEx and OpEx investment plans, so again, we, at the time, MICA and the asset performance teams look after the civils assets. That they did talk together. It's not fair to say they didn't, but it could be improved. So the risk workshops for the investment planning side, where we're looking at what mitigations could occur, what operational tasks we need to do, aligning, basically moving on to a condition-based maintenance regime, using a deterioration model to plot the investment required, and understanding all those needs. You're pulling in asset performance, MICA together, because these work in a system. And I've done pretty well here. So last slide, while the red light goes on. So short-term benefits, we've got short, medium and long-term with greater degrees of certainty, fed out across potentially up to 100 years for long life civil assets. We've got a humongous amount of list of actions that's required, from hydraulic models to intrusive surveying, improvements to criticality analysis, etc. But it has broke, or should break, at least initially, that reactive failure approach. We've got 5 years of pretty robust investment needs across CapEx and OpEx, pump stations, flood storage areas, embankments, walls, etc., to improve resilience effectively in Cumbria and Lancashire. And opportunities, just further opportunities to develop these skills, these mini little ways of working. We've done training materials, it's getting people to think long-term planning, and it's very hard in reactive environments. I work for Sun, so I can talk from experience there. It's very reactive, but you need time to plan and drive these initiatives, people's learning as well within asset planning. And I'm now flashing, so I'll end.
Thanks, Dean. Really interesting to see how you integrated steak dinners and Power BI as a method of knowledge management. So well done with that. So moving on to our third presentation, we have a joint presentation here from Will and Oliver, who will present on the Environment Agency's Decarbonisation Technology Accelerator Programme and the transition to decarbonisation of flood defence. Over to you, Will.
Brilliant, thanks Paul. Notice I had to run off and get my glasses. It's a sign of age, but I've got my slides here, so hopefully I won't have to look around at all. What's that? Oh, it's there. Brilliant. Amazing. So how, oh, and I go next, right. Well, I'm Will McBain. I'm a director at Arup. I lead our work in climate adaptation and resilience, really related to rivers and coasts, and I'm the framework director for the Environment Agency's Collaborative Delivery Framework, where Arup is the Lot 1 consultant for North East Yorkshire and the Midlands. So basically from Berwick to Bristol, we've got schemes, capital schemes that we're developing for the agency, and it's really important that we look at how we can decarbonise them, and that's what I'm going to talk about today. So I've got to talk for no more than 7 minutes, and Ollie's going to give me a 3, 2, 1 countdown, because I don't want to leave him with no time. But I'm going to talk about the background to decarbonisation and infrastructure more generally. I'm going to talk about the agency's approach at NZ4CI, and we have members of the NZ4CI team here today. And I'm going to talk about the basis of the business case, and that's really where I got involved when they started engaging the delivery partners, and I helped them to sort of formulate the business case and pull the people together to get it sort of going. And Ollie will tell you the exciting bit about now it's actually going. I'll do the boring background bit. So this is from the HS2 Learning Legacy, but it's lifted straight out of PAS 2080. But you can see that in terms of decarbonising infrastructure, we have some excellent guidance. We have PAS 2080, which a team from Mott MacDonald and Arup were really led on writing, and that those curves are very enlightening in terms of, you know, early doors. You don't have a huge amount of understanding, and you can't be accurate in terms of your not knowing the carbon impact of your investments, but you've got a massive ability to decarbonise early doors. We're not actually talking about that here. We're talking about slightly later in the process, where you've done everything you need to do to convince yourself that you need to do something on the ground to build some infrastructure. And from that point forward, how can you drive the carbon out of the solution? So that's what this is all about. Just a little bit about the Environment Agency's approach to carbon reduction. You see, with my glasses, I can't. There we go. I can see that perfectly without my glasses. So the approach is to minimise carbon wherever possible. So ideally, we want to build nothing or build less. We want to use strategic planning, civil contingency response, nature-based solutions. Work with communities, build resilience. But where construction is unavoidable, it's absolutely essential that we minimise carbon. So this is really about minimising carbon at every possible opportunity once we've started to build stuff, and accelerating innovation, which is key to doing that. So in terms of the EA's approach, before they developed their net zero carbon roadmap, the questions were really around time, programme, cost, etc. But now there are all sorts of questions that the teams are asking themselves about, can we reuse the assets, and getting an understanding, as Dean showed, getting an understanding of where your assets are, which ones you maintain, what condition they're in, really important. How can we help local communities to cope with floods without building flood walls and embankments and pumping stations? Do we really need this? So a whole series of questions that we're now asking ourselves instead of just how much they're going to cost. So this is Steve Moore, who's Director of Operations. He chairs the Framework Directors Forum, which I sit on, and I'm basically the Framework Director sponsor of the DTA programme. And Steve sees this as a really critical component of their decarbonisation process, as you see from his quotation there. So how did this kick off? Well, really, once the roadmap was developed, and Ben Rivers from Mott MacDonald was very instrumental in the work with that net zero carbon roadmap, the idea was to engage the partners. So all the collaborative delivery partners were engaged and paid to fill out a very long questionnaire, which identified all the different types of assets we're building. Where's the carbon in those assets? Is it operational? Is it capital? 3 minutes. And which technologies have most potential to decarbonise. So this is a waterfall diagram which shows embankments, and based on deployment rates and different technologies, we can decarbonise those assets in different ways. So we had to identify which methods were going to be most effective, and we came up with 6 themes. And now there are 6 themes, and within those 6 themes there are 37 different technologies. And what the programme is really most about, and the base of the business case, was exploiting this phenomenon, Wright's law. So he was writing in 1936, he was an academic who identified that as you scale up production, costs come tumbling down. There's some staggering examples there with DNA sequencing. The cost of doing that has completely tumbled, but probably the most talked about one is solar. As you see, the cost of solar energy has completely tumbled. And we want to identify which technologies are going to comply with Wright's law and which ones aren't, which we'll put to one side. And then we've got to get these technologies, rather than it being exemplars, localized exemplars on one project, a little case study, we want to get it up into the mainstream and over this chasm. So the approach is about testing. So we have a whole range of projects across the country where we're testing new technologies, optimizing those technologies. How am I doing, Andy? One. Optimizing those, removing barriers, cultural barriers, minimum technical requirements, specifications and so forth, and then the all-important scaling up. And the base of the business case is actually not about carbon reduction, it was about efficiencies, because a lot of these methods will drive out carbon, but they will also improve efficiency and delivery. So we've got a net present value of about 45 million, which is not bad for a business case, for a 22 million pound programme. And the assurance is being done by Expedition Engineering, who are using a technique that they pulled from Network Rail to look at innovation readiness levels across a whole range of different things. It's not just about whether the technology works, it's about whether you've got the systems, processes, culture, behaviours to get them embedded. So I'll now pass over to Ollie, and he will tell you about how we're getting on with delivery.
Thanks, Will. So yes, I'm going to take you through how we're delivering the DCA program. So as you can see, it's a very collaborative program. So we are using our supply chain, our supply partners from the collaborative delivery framework. We've broken them down into the technology theme leads. You can see here on the bottom left. These are specialists from within our delivery partners, and they are responsible for their individual themes and the technologies within them. They are key for identifying and actioning these tasks and activities that are needed to accelerate their technologies all the way up from the sort of early stages of the IRLs up to being business as usual. And sort of these can be either national ones activities, so things that you do are desk-based or workshop-based tasks, and can be applied to across the board, or things that need to happen actually out on site in a host project. They're also responsible for the monitoring and reporting of these actions and how we're progressing towards business as usual. They're also aided by the EA's engineering and technical assurance teams from within the EA, and they work with the theme leads in order to create their plans and their action plans, and also trying to remove that duplication of work, so what's come before and where we're going in the future. I'm really key for that part. We've also got the hub leads, so these are the ones actually responsible for getting the technologies out into the real world, as it were. So they are key for sort of identifying the different projects and then getting them out onto the site so they can be used and scaled up through into business as usual. Just a bit about the governance. So really, it's key that we'll be able to escalate any problems as well, and sort of get that buy-in from the senior leadership team. And so here we've got our governance sort of runs across with our technical authority sitting as our project sponsor as well. People from within the actual capital program as well. We've got our innovation assurance and our technical assurance as well there, as well as our delivery partners, both Lot 1 and Lot 2 represented. As Will mentioned earlier, we're using the innovation readiness level progression matrix developed by Expedition Engineering in order to sort of map these out and really make sure that we hit all the points that we need to in order to progress these solutions to being business as usual. This is sort of an example of one that's been filled out, so you can see where we are at the moment. These aren't completely new out of sort of the lab solutions and technologies. They have been either used beforehand, but they're not currently used within the EA, or they need sort of scaling up in order to really make that impact as large as possible. So these are filled out by the theme leads and by the EA engineering and technical assurance team. Basically they map out their progress, their sort of the goals, what do they need to do, how are they going to do it, those tasks and actions, what are we going to actually do, either national ones or actually out in the field, as it were, within those projects. It's really key that this is sort of held, and at each point, so you can see from testing, optimizing and scaling up, we have sort of stage gates in order to assess and assure that the solutions are having those impacts, and that we are bringing people along as well for the drive, for the scaling up as well. It's really important. That's almost where most amount of impact we need to have. It's great if we can sort of show people how good it is, but if they don't want to use it, then obviously that's not going to be business as usual. How do we do that? A lot of it is knowledge management. So we need to bring people along for the ride and really make sure that we are making things clear. We need to have that evidence behind it, behind our solutions progressions, and this is by those reports, by the theme leads, as well as the assurance side of things. These sort of include the cost, the carbon, both the predicted carbon savings and then the actuals as well that we're having out in the fields, and the confidence as well. If we don't believe these solutions are making it to scale, what we need to do is stop. Don't just do a money pit. Don't just force things in just for the sake of it. We want to stop them as soon as possible, because then we can reinvest that either by introducing a new solution or reinvesting that money to speed up the other ones as fast as possible. The benefits, I mean, so as Will was talking about earlier, the resource optimization, a lot of it isn't just a new shiny thing, it's optimizing and it's being more, working better. And so therefore that resource optimization leads on to the carbon reductions as well. And if you build less or build more efficiently, you have cost efficiency there as well. And a large part of this is obviously the knowledge sharing. We need to share as wide as possible. So we're using the Infrastructure Industry Innovation Partnerships, I3P, in order to share our knowledge during the DTA or during our 3 years, and then share as much as wide as possible in order so that we can have that impact on the entire industry to decarbonise where we can. Just to give you a bit of an example of what this looks like actually out in the field. So one of our solutions is the Eco Sheet Pars Plus. As you can see here, it's got an 80% reduction in embodied carbon by using recycled steel, as well as using electric arc furnaces powered by renewable energy sources. This is a really good example of sort of what are we actually doing? You know, these are produced. The technology behind these is there, and it's really getting people to use it, to scale it up to be business as usual, to make the impact as wide as possible. This involves doing site trials such as this that we've done already at Littleborough as well as Copley, and you know, and learning what we can and sharing that knowledge as wide as possible. However, you know, just because we've done it in one location or two locations doesn't mean that's our job done. Obviously, it's business as usual. That's the aim. So we then need to include it in our minimal technical requirements. We need to make sure that the sort of soft comms that people are willing and wanting and grabbing at it so that they can use it as wide as possible in any applicable site. So just to give a quick summary as the orange light goes on, as Will sort of mentioned, it's about identifying and then building up and accelerating the adoption as fast as possible of these solutions and technologies, you know, a bit like within the rights law. And if it's not going to do that, then we want to stop, reassess, either reintroduce something new or reinvest that money. It's a change program. That's what it really is at heart. It's that scaling up. It's that latter stage of the IRL process in order to make the impact as far and wide as possible. And it's really critical in hitting the EA's targets and using those the efficiencies gained there. It's a huge amount about knowledge exchange within the wider sector as well, and drawing on those communities of support within the supply chain as well. We've got, I mean, to put it in simple as well, we've got 3 years. It's a 3-year program, and we're already sort of coming towards the end of year one. But we've got £21.6 million, and it's sort of all the go then. Just some contacts, and thank you very much.
Brilliant, thanks Will and Oliver. It's unusual that a double act actually finishes on time, so thank you. Brilliant, right. I'm not quite sure if we've got our fourth speaker. No, okay, in that case then we're going to improvise a little. So can I ask the speakers to come up here, and we're going to have a little bit of Q&A and see if Councillor Ibbotson arrives. So I can ask the speakers that have presented to come and join me on the virtual fireside sofa. Just imagine. All right, so that's the Slido question. I don't know if there's any questions loaded either. Okay, I'll take one question, sorry guys, but one quick question. Okay, Dean, what do you think are the challenges to change EA culture to a less reactive maintenance approach, and how might these be addressed? That's an interesting first question.
It is.
Sorry, there's a microphone here. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Will. I think for us in Cumbria and Lancashire, there's very much sort of a change agent in the asset management lead that look at these things through the asset management lens and looking at longer term thinking. So for us, as a consultancy is very easy to work with when you've got someone who's championing that kind of long-term asset management thinking and is doing the work almost for us, or certainly with us, to bring in field operations. He did a lot of work prior to us joining, and we work quite collaboratively. A lot of our background, certainly mine, has always been on the client side, so I kind of see these things through more working as a client rather than being talked at and told to do things. It's very much bringing people on that journey, of which he started that work with us. So I think it's bringing field operations MICA in early so they understand what these activities such as asset planning are and how that actually help operations and maintenance largely get out of that reactive space and be part of the decision-making process. From my utility background, if you don't do that in sitting in the water industry, you know, the engineers and us will end up making decisions that we don't quite understand because we haven't worked in operations, and it just annoys people and you just create this reactive cycle. So I think very much it's having a change agent and a real program that includes training, the processes, bringing people on that journey. It's not just about systems and processes, you know, interactive tools and all science behind it. It's people centric.
Great, thank you, Dean. So I'll take, can we keep that discussion for a bit later? Sorry guys, it's a bit of a rehearsal, so at least you know where you're going to sit. So great. So now we're on to our final speaker, and Councillor Alistair Ibbotson from Flintshire County Council, who, as well as navigating the traffic and transport this morning, is going to be talking about the societal impact of increased flood risk due to climate change. And Councillor, I'll just give you some water as well. So I think you've literally just come through the door, haven't you?
Yes, yeah, quite a journey. Is there a clicker for the presentation, or is it that? Yeah. Right, brilliant. So first of all, good morning. My name's Alistair Ibbotson. I'm chair of Flintshire County Council's Climate Change Committee, and setting up a climate change committee might be seen as a bit tokenistic, a tick box exercise. You know, we've set up a committee with climate change in the title, we're doing something, look. You could be forgiven for taking that view, slightly cynical though it is, on the basis that when we were first setting this up, a number of my councillor colleagues, I think, were of much the same opinion. But what the committee did next turned that perception on its head. As well as looking at the council's carbon reduction strategy, the committee also launched 2 inquiries, one into surface water flooding and one into the pension fund's investment in fossil fuel companies. The second of those is underway at the moment. The first has just been completed and the draft report is made public today. We faced a lot of internal opposition to beginning that. Chief officers told us that it would cost £100,000 in unbudgeted expenditure per inquiry, that it would be unlawful for committees or even councillors to make policy recommendations or produce reports, and that only council officers could advise on policy issues. We listened very carefully to those senior officers' advice, and then we went and did it anyway. Oh, I think that might have been the wrong button. We'll leave that for a moment. There we are. So what were we doing differently? Flooding discussions, and infrastructure in particular, conversations tend to happen in private. Councils, Natural Resources Wales, Welsh water developers all talk to each other, but the public at large is generally excluded from those discussions. And when there is public engagement, it tends to be one of 2 types. Either here's what we're going to do, and we're telling you about it, or it's angry community centre meetings after flooding has happened. Councillors, members of the Senedd, MPs are often involved in those conversations, but the public at large are excluded. And that is understandable, because the public sector is firefighting. We are putting sticking plasters on open wounds. We are treating symptoms rather than causes. We don't have the money to fix the big problems, and we are not coping. And so when you've got residents, those who aren't flooded are generally not particularly interested in public engagement that isn't a real conversation, and those that are flooded want to hear, it's okay, we're going to fix it, you won't be flooded again. What they don't want to hear is, we've got a scheme that could fix this problem, but we can't afford that, so we're going to do a few smaller things which we hope will make things better. They won't solve it completely, and those will take 5 years to do. Council officers and staff of NRW and Welsh Water understandably do not want to be put in the position of having that conversation and facing the justified anger when they aren't the ones who have cut the public sector to the extent that it has been. But the end result of that is that those conversations don't happen. And so we don't have a national debate and discussion on flooding and flood preparedness. We don't have the broad public knowledge about the depth of the cuts that have been made in this sector. And because we don't have that national debate, there's no political pressure on politicians to fix it. And because there's no political pressure, it doesn't get any better. So what did we do? Well, we've tried to shine some light on this through our report. We've also made councillors face up to the reality of it, and councillors at a local level hold the purse strings. We've produced a report, we took written evidence, we took oral evidence over 2 hearings. The report that we've produced highlights the problems within the sector. None of it is going to be a revelation to anybody in this room today. We talk about maintenance budgets and how they have been cut too far. We talk about the way in which the planning rules have not always been brilliant in relation to surface water drainage and the historic problems as a result. We talk about how combined sewers cannot cope with the storms we are already seeing as a result of climate change. The difference is that we are doing this in public and trying to involve the public in that discussion. Now, I know what you may well be thinking, which is, wasn't there a report from the National Infrastructure Commission a couple of weeks ago that made it basically exactly the same points? And you would, of course, be correct. The difference between us is marginal. There's a lot of similarities. They raise almost exactly the same arguments. It's the same arguments about the idea that we need to be proactive rather than reactive with flood risk and flood risk management. The difference is that national reports like this do not reach councillors. They do not get put in front of the 1,200 people across Wales who in their communities are ultimately the decision makers. And because they're written at a national level, they are quite abstract. So allow me to introduce you to Sandycroft. Sandycroft is somewhere between. It's almost a village in some respects. It's semi-urban overspill from Deeside in others. To give you a quick tour, there's the River Dee at the top. Between the River Dee and this main road running from top left to bottom right is the railway line. There is the chicken factory in the middle, which is a major industrial consumer of water. You can see from the bottom right, Broughton Brook runs along and then diverts off to the northeast. Broughton Brook drains a lot of very, very flat, very, very low-lying, very, very slow to drain land towards the southeast of Sandycroft. Up towards the bottom left of this map, you can see the hill towards Harden. Harden is a much, much wealthier community than Sandycroft, and it sits atop this hill. You can sort of see where this is going. Labelled is Ash Lane. In that little space where the word Little Mancot is, there is the proposal for a brand new housing development as well, which is causing some significant concern within Sandycroft at the bottom of the hill. The agricultural land around here is heavy clay. The railway is embanked. Pentry Drain is mostly culverted the way along. It's within NRW's regulatory responsibility as a main river drain. Sandycroft floods. It floods quite badly. And there's you've seen pictures whilst I've been speaking so far of flooding in Sandycroft, which was Storm Christoph and Storm Babette. There are houses in Sandycroft that have been flooded 3-4 times in the last 10 years that previously never used to flood. And if there is a problem you can think of that can lead to surface water flooding it exists in Sandycroft. So we used Sandycroft as the case study for our report into surface water flooding. And in doing so, as I say, we took this from a national abstract picture where we talk about these things and made it hyper local. I'm conscious of time, so I'm going to skip over some bits. But the key things that we've raised here is to make this a really local issue again. Now, on this point, the committee's made a number of recommendations. I'm not going to go through all of them. There's 16 in total, but there are a few that I want to highlight. Welsh Government commissioned a report from Arup into the implementation of the SUDS rules, which is an excellent report. What there is an evidence gap on is the extent to which SUDS standards protect downstream areas from surface water flooding and runoff with new developments. Almost a third of SUDS approval bodies felt that the standards were not adequate in Arup's report to deal with that. So there is an evidence gap there, and we encourage Welsh Government to commission further research into that issue. We've looked at maintenance levels and budgeting and resourcing within those. This is an issue that hasn't been raised once in the council annual budget debate before. It is an issue that councillors need to start taking seriously. We've called on community councils to prepare local flood resilience plans. That can involve measures to help prevent flooding by reducing capacity on drainage where necessary. There's simple steps like installing water butts and encouraging take-up across communities that can make a real difference to peak levels in drainage that community councils can do. We call for pooled budgets between Natural Resources Wales, Welsh Water and councils, because if one part of the system fails, it will flood regardless of how well the others are doing. And we make some local recommendations as well, like outflows into the Dee. The main one, though, is this one here. It's budgets. And the key words here are false economy. If you add up the costs of the damage from flooding, the clean-up costs, the economic opportunity costs of disruption, the health costs to people living in hotels with poor diets as a result of lack of cooking facilities, the mental health costs of every time you hear rain on the window in the night, there is a heck of a lot. And just to think about it in crude financial terms to the state, there's massive budget implications there. And flood capital infrastructure does not get treated fairly in those. What we've created here is not a report that's going to fix Sandycroft. It's not going to fix flooding in Flintshire, but it is a tool to bring about public debate and to bring about public pressure to solve this. If there is one thing you take away from today, get your council to do the same, because it is only by creating a genuine national debate with the public involved that we will create political pressure to solve the systemic problems about investing only after it's happened, only when it's already too late, reactive rather than proactive. The only way we do this is to get that public debate. So why were council officers so opposed in the first place? Well, they thought this point of this report was going to be to give the council a kicking. They thought it was going to show the council and officers in a bad light. What we've proven is that this isn't a political football. The report is fair. I want to particularly thank Flintshire's flood resilience team, Paul Reeves and Andy Roberts in particular, for their support of the committee's work. We can build a better, brighter, more resilient future, and the key to that goes through public debate, public discussion, and having this conversation not just amongst ourselves but with the public at large. That is the way that we get the proper attention and proper resourcing, which will have broad knock-on effects across the public sector. So that is my plea to you today. We can build that brighter future, and the way to do it is through getting local reports, local evidence that stresses the personal impact of this on people your councillors know. That's the answer in my view. So thank you very much.
Thank you for such a compelling message to finish our session with. And coming from London and England, we got same challenges and problems. So yeah, no, thank you for that, Councillor. Right, so we're now on to the Slido session. Can I pass the microphones down and share as necessary, please? So we've got our first question. So how can lead local flood authorities be influenced to lower the carbon in their schemes when accounting for carbon isn't mandatory yet in Wales? Who feels happy to take that on? Yeah, I think it was.
Is it on?
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant. The answer is money. Flintshire's carbon reduction pathway, we talk about being net zero by 2030, and if you look at the press releases, that's what we say we're going to be. Our emissions reduction pathway in our carbon reduction strategy shows we're reducing emissions in that period by about 40% compared with our baseline year of 2017. There is a discord between the reality and the rhetoric, and the reason for that is that we've got these targets imposed on us, but we don't have funding to match it. The only way we are ever going to start taking climate change seriously within local government is when we have the resources available to do it. There is no quick fix. There's no way around the problem. It's resources.
That's a very good point. But we've got to say something about the decarbonisation technology accelerator, which unfortunately you missed, which was about how we're driving decarbonisation into capital programmes. But to come back to what you said about false economies, the business case for that was showing that if you can spend money up front, you'll get a massive saving. And carbon reduction can be about cost efficiency as well. But if you don't put the money in investment up front, you'll fail. And I just wanted to say that point around asset management. We need a fundamental societal cultural shift away from big shiny new things towards looking after our assets and treasuring them and making them work really well and extending their lives as much as possible, because that's really key to decarbonisation as well.
Great, thanks, Will. So, and that kind of moves us quite nicely in terms of the role of the public, and how do you deal with a reigning public and political interest in flooding when it's dry? I'm not quite sure where it's been that dry, but anyway, does anyone want to deal with that question around public engagement?
So again, to go back to Sandycroft, the Community Council has set up a flood resilience group. I mean, within Flintshire, they are streets ahead of anywhere else. And they have flood wardens who monitor this stuff. They regularly leaflet properties, encouraging people to take steps to prepare for floods, including, as I mentioned, water butts, encouraging people to put less into combined sewers. Don't put the dishwasher on when it's flooding. And this kind of preparedness work, there is a core group of people who are based within the community. I don't think you can do this top down and just sort of expect that council press releases or anything are going to do it. It has to be integrated within the communities. There is a space to really drive that engagement within communities, working with local volunteers who care passionately about this, generally because they're the ones flooded, and they really can make a difference long term. And so I think that is the key, is involving the community as a whole. There's no shortcuts where central government or even local government can just sort of press a button, pull a lever and make good things happen anymore. We don't live in that kind of financial environment anymore. The key is community engagement.
It is really poignant, actually, given what happened in Valencia. Because that is the main watercourse, the gorge, which caused the majority of that flooding. A lot of that flooding is dry most of the time. It doesn't have any water in it. And the Turia was diverted successfully around the south of the city, but they hadn't had a major flood since 1957. So how you can bring that to life for people? There is a lesson from Leeds where they hadn't had any flooding really over this century, but there was a massive problem, and everyone knew, or within the Environment Agency, that it was going to happen at some point. And what was done there was 3D modelling and visualisation, and quite a sustained campaign with the statutory authorities and then with the public to say, look, it may not have happened, but this is what will happen. And sure enough, it did. And it's just very disappointing that we have to have a big flood to get the political will behind these schemes. But it was a gallant effort, and the scheme did get built. It's about to be finished.
Thanks, Will. And Dean, I think this next question is for you. It is, have you considered engagement with lead local flood authorities, specifically around pluvial assets and the Section 21 requirement of the Flood and Water Management Act?
Yes. Yeah, we have. So it's not sort of my area of expertise, but there's other people within Binnies that I'm working with, Hannah Coogan-Burgess and others in Binnies on that. We've talked to a few now, because the presentation and particularly the video stuff resonates around planning. Well, effectively, there's Will's point really, is we're just using the assets for as long as we can. And yeah, I think it probably diverts from this question, but to Will's points as well, and the previous question, is just describing that decision-making process and bringing in, turning the questions around into, if you can, but something about the value element of that catchment, the systems approach, so that the benefits, the wider benefits are described. It's not just flooding, there's all these different other benefits across different organisations, governments, people, communities. We're dealing with natural, or were natural systems, so they're not tied to an individual or an organisation or a community. It's that wider engagement, so just bringing in multiple benefits and that wider funding consideration.
Thanks, Dean. So we've got probably our penultimate question, maybe, depending on how long Will and Oliver take, but how and when should FRM asset owners across Wales best engage to benefit from the DTA?
I mean, as soon, as early as possible, really. That's, you know, I think that's the whole thing. We want to bring as many people along for the journey, and so that it's not something that's just, especially things that the solutions within the DTA aren't just dropped upon, you know, asset owners, because there becomes an inherent, you know, if someone sort of says you know, this, you know, go off and use it, you're inevitably going to be sort of risk adverse. That's sort of the industry that we're involved in. So it's bringing people along it, and about how we're using, yeah, as I mentioned, sort of I3P and the low carbon technology accelerator group within that, to sort of share that knowledge as we're going along. But you know, when we finish in the 3 years, we want to share that knowledge as far and wide as possible as well. So yeah.
Great. So, Councillor, I think you're going to leave us with the last answer. So, your recommendations outlined the requirement to fund NRW. Why was there no recommendation for revenue funding support to local authorities amid recent changes? And that's that challenge around maintenance and revenue costs. Revenue funding is across all lead local flood authorities across the country. So it'd be interesting to see how that reflected in future.
Yeah, it's a really good question. I mean, as I say, the recommendations there that were up on screen are only a few of the 16, and there are calls for greater resourcing for local authorities. The committee considered various things, and we had quite a lot of discussion at one of the hearings regarding whether council tax is an appropriate mechanism to fund these things, particularly in the context of capital, but also in revenue funding. And what we found is that even amongst people who were themselves flooded, there is significant resistance to funding this work, you know, increasing capital tax, council tax, hypothecated for funding revenue and capital works for flooding, and the feeling is that this should come through from central government. What we haven't done is made a recommendation that is identical in terms of the one for NRW for revenue funding, because the committee's feeling is that a large part of what Welsh Government provides to local authorities is hypothecated and ring-fenced, and not just within this area, across the board, from education to social services, the lot. And local choice has been stripped back to a significant degree. And this is particularly the case where there's sort of pots of money which councils have to bid for and compete against each other for. It takes, by attaching too much in criteria of how councils can spend money they receive from Welsh Government or from UK Government in certain reserved areas, local knowledge gets pushed to the back in favour of conforming to national criteria. So we do call for greater funding for local authorities. the committee's feeling was that hypothecating that for particular things and assessing on a sort of Wales-wide Welsh Government's estimation of how much council needs could tie the hands of councils too much. And there's a feeling that within some local authorities, Flintshire potentially included, there is a feeling that if Welsh Government provides a specific grant for something, take in this instance maintenance of assets and revenue funding, that is the council's budget for it, and that there isn't a need for local top-ups, whereas at the moment that is funded out of revenue raised through council tax from the Welsh Government's unhypothecated revenue support grant. And there is a fear amongst the committee that putting aside specific hypothecated budget lines for that to councils could lead to actually a paring back within some authorities. So we've been a bit more cautious about stressing that for that reason. We want more money for it, but we think there's a more sensible way to do it. Whereas NRW, because it is, solely Welsh Government in terms of its funding and its work streams, it's appropriate for Welsh Government to hypothecate that because they're basically treating it the same way as we treat our own council departments. So we feel more comfortable making that recommendation for NRW than for councils.
Great, thank you for that, Councillor. So that really brings an end to that first session. We've now got time for coffee and networking downstairs. It's quite cosy down there, so please do take the opportunity to actually have a chat with those on the exhibitor stands. But before you go down there, also have a look at the posters as well, that we're going to be announcing the winner later on today, but it'd be great if you could have a look at that on the way down. So before we leave the room, I just want to thank our speakers for a great set of presentations, and our next session is going to be after the break, and that starts off at 11:50, and that will be on policy. So if we can just thank our speakers and the questions in the normal way.
Good. Okay. Hello, everyone. Can I get you to settle? Okay, so we're ready for the session 2, which is all about diving into policies. I'm Lily Kramer, and I'm the chair of IC Wales Cymru. So we've got an interesting session that's kicked off by Rod Ackers, the Strategic Planning and Investment Manager. So he will talk about NRW's programme updates and a little bit of policies and that. Then we have Dr. Powles talking about the National Infrastructure Commissioning for Wales and building resilience to flooding in Wales by 2025. And then we will have the Deputy First Minister and Cabinet Secretary for Climate Change and Rules Affairs, Iranka Davis, MS, to join us. So as Melissa mentioned early on, the Minister will come in for his session. So we will kind of like see how he's arriving and then manage around that with the Q&A. And then you will also be joined for the Q&A with Tom McLean and Claire Fernandez to take any questions for Welsh Government. And then we will be ready to have lunch and spend a bit more time on the exhibitions and the poster competition. So with that, I'll ask Ross to kind of like start.
All right, thank you. Bore da, good morning all. I'd like to open with a dramatic reminder of the horrific scenes we've witnessed in recent weeks, not only to demonstrate the climate crisis we're facing globally is becoming increasingly evident, but also to remind all of us working in flood risk management about why we do what we do. Unfortunately, it's an all too common theme in the images we see from in the news from around the world at the moment. If we look at the last 2 months, we've seen Storm Boris and its impacts on Central Europe, Hurricanes Helene and Milton and the devastation they hit the eastern United States with, and now the frankly terrifying images and stories from Spain in recent weeks. And I think if you ignore US politics, these types of events are more or less the only thing that's been in the news since the start of September. But as we all know, and it goes without saying, these types of events are perfectly evident in Wales as well, and we could point to a whole host of different events over the last decade. I'd like to talk today about how we consider our response to these flood events, within the knowledge that these types of events are only going to get worse and more common as the climate emergency takes hold. Based on the latest evidence, we expect 350,000 properties in Wales to be at flood risk by 2120, which is a 28% increase on today's figures. And we cannot assume that it's going to be possible to live with that level of flood risk. We're going to face a significant dilemma in finding sustainable options to manage that risk in the future, and we need to consider the changes needed to go about tackling these issues now. Shortly we'll hear from the National Infrastructure Commission for Wales on their vitally important work, considering where Wales needs to head over the coming decades. Their vision for a more resilient Wales, and one which is well down the pathway towards adaptation. And as you'd expect me to say, Natural Resources Wales is firmly supportive of the ambition and the principal ways of working set out by the Commissioners. Their review recognises the key challenges we face as a sector, and we collectively need to look at ourselves and the roles we have to play in responding to this report. We know there's no one solution to managing flood risk, and we know that delivery, especially in the current financial climate, is a real challenge. Alongside the NICU report, outputs from the Flood and Coastal Erosion Committee and Audit Wales all recognise the significant capacity and resourcing constraints we're all working under. It's vital, though, that despite that context, we recognise the principles of what we've been asked to do. And this morning, I'd like to draw out some of the values or ways of working that it's going to take for our sector to move into that space, to look at the path as one that we can all recognise that we need to be moving along, but consider how we need to change our thinking to get there. And I'd like to share some of NRW's thinking on some of these themes and share a little as to what we're doing in each of these areas. So I reflect on 6 key asks or themes from the majority of these audits and reviews we've seen in recent years. To be more innovative, more risk-based, more adaptive, more nature-focused, more collaborative, and more community-focused. So, to start with, becoming more innovative. If we consider the journey flood risk has been on, even since the 1990s, we've made significant improvements to the services we offer and the activities we undertake by embracing new technology and working with industry-leading technical experts. And by developing and using better evidence and data, we've become more effective in what we do, increased our understanding of the issues we face, and improved the decisions we make. By our nature, I believe we are a sector that does embrace new technology, but as we continue to do so, we need to make sure that the users of our data and services understand our messaging and our aims. An example of one of NRW's most significant projects this year has been the development of a new flood warning information service, heavily embedded within the lessons learned from the February 2020 floods, a brand new system which underpins the flood warnings we issue. It's been developed and designed with both a focus on the users of the system and its customers. We're able to provide more direct advice, more consistency in the service, and hopefully more clarity. We've improved the processes for our duty officers, reducing or automating some procedures significantly, and I'll put some context around that. During Storm Dennis in February 2020, we had duty officers trying to grapple with 41 different flood warnings and process all the processes around issuing those within the space of an hour and a half. So streamlining any of the processes that link to that type of situation has the potential to make a huge difference. As a project, we've adopted an agile approach to the way this has been managed, and that's given us control alongside being able to be responsive to the system as it develops. It's ensured we've delivered the new system on time and on budget. And we've developed a product team that brings together flood technical expertise together with ICT and digital experts to build and sustain that new service. And that means we haven't just developed a project team that disbands once the system goes live. We've built a team that can support the service going forwards, transferring knowledge into our staff and building new skills. And there are lots of examples right across our sector of innovative thinking and projects, and we want to continue leading our industry in that direction. But we have to use innovation to realise opportunities to achieve our other ambitions. For example, getting communities more engaged in our work, or by finding new avenues to develop skills and capacity. We need to apply a risk-based approach to how we deliver our work. This is essential when we try and consider how we prioritise the effort we've got with the constraints on budgets and staff. Though we recognise that even despite those constraints, we can't manage away all flood risk. It's an important concept, but we need to recognise the difference between equality and equity. Equality means providing the same level of service to every household in Wales. The direction given to us, though, is to accept that that isn't actually what's expected of us. An equitable approach is about providing the greatest level of service to those in greatest need, to bring those being impacted the most up towards an equal footing with those that are less impacted. And that means prioritising our work based on our understanding of risk and using the best evidence we have available to inform our decision making. And this is recognised clearly as one of the 5 key objectives in Welsh Government's FSERM strategy. Last year, we published our long-term investment requirements report, which highlighted that if we continue to invest in keeping pace with climate change over the next 100 years, where it's economic to do so, that for every £1 invested, the Welsh economy would benefit by nearly £12, and that nearly 82,000 properties would benefit from that investment. However, it also found that 22,000 properties in Wales are areas that sit in uneconomic locations, and those represented locations where 87% of NRW's flood defences are. This year, NRW has undertaken a complete review of the routine maintenance work required annually on our flood defences. Over 36,000 individual maintenance actions have been prioritised based on property numbers that benefit, economics, action criticality and legal obligation. And that work's ensuring that we're taking a risk-based approach, but also demonstrating the significant justification for further funding in this area. We have to recognise the awkward truth in this risk-based concept, however. That means also those at lesser risk being deprioritised. Alongside the other constraints of technical limitations, economic viability, environmental challenges, Wales is facing some incredibly difficult decisions, but there is strength through this risk-based approach in the consistency and the evidence being used to inform our decisions. In response to the changes in climate we're going to experience, we need to move our work into a space that considers not only the risk in the present day, but one that thinks more in the long term, in a responsive and adaptive way. The long-term investment analysis work I've just described sets out exactly just how difficult that's going to become to find sustainable ways to manage flood risk in the future. And in many locations, it's going to be impossible to build defences to cope with the changes we'll see. And as risk managers and as broader society, we're going to have to consider adaptation to climate change the norm. Adaptation can happen in many ways through building resilience and therefore learning to live with the impacts of our future climate, or perhaps building bigger and stronger flood defences, although I've just alluded to how challenging that will become. Perhaps more realistically, we need to be making more significant changes, accepting that some areas are just unsustainable to live and work in, and by realigning where these communities exist. NRW is trying to develop this adaptive approach where we consider our major flood projects, which by their nature come with significant analysis and appraisal work to determine the best way forward. We're thinking more dynamically, trying to identify both present and future risk levels and trying to understand the scenarios and decision points that might be required within a multi-dimensional or staged approach. And you'll hear more about the adaptive pathway approach many times today, I expect. At its core, though, we're trying to understand options, the implications of choosing them, considering the timing of when decisions might need to be made over a longer term horizon. And through that, we can develop strategic plans for the communities we're trying to support. We're taking this approach in a range of projects at Porthmadog and Pwllheli and Gwynedd. For example, we're working with partners to develop a detailed understanding of flood risk and the opportunities that might be available to manage it within that longer term context. What needs doing now? What is likely to be needed in the future? When will we have to decide? And how will we know what direction to take? Another important area of work is our collective response to the implementation of the shoreline management plans. We're approaching what should be considered a major milestone in the management of the Welsh coast. 2025 represents the changeover from the first to second epoch within the plans which set our direction for managing our coast. That means our approach will change in a large number of communities around Wales. 63 policy units are set to change management policy next year, and that represents 162 kilometres of Welsh coastline. The SNP policies are live, they've been recently reviewed, and they continue to set our direction, and they bring with them a wide range of delivery challenges, but also potential opportunities. We have to recognise that alongside this climate emergency, nature is also in crisis. These challenges are interlinked, both in the causes, but also through the potential routes to address them. And through fully embracing nature-based solutions as part of the FRM toolset, we have a responsibility to try and address both emergencies. And if we do this effectively, we're faced with an opportunity to make our catchments both more resilient to changes we expect to see, as well as supporting nature's recovery. We see opportunities to influence and enable interventions that deliver a wide range of ecosystem services, including flood risk benefits. Those opportunities exist through a range of existing mechanisms and broader agendas. As flood risk professionals, we need to enable, facilitate, and encourage that work to deliver those wider outcomes we can all benefit from. But alongside that, we also need to ensure that through our own direct delivery of work, that we consider the potential to deliver greener solutions, and also take the chance to deliver outcomes for broader agendas. An example of this being the work we've been undertaking just under 4 miles away, creating polder fields in front of our flood defences on the Wentloog levels. And there's a really good poster over there that explains part of that process. We've been hopefully creating vital intertidal habitat alongside the chance to make our flood defences more resilient to wave action. And through the adaptive appraisal approach I've described, we're trying to realise those habitat creation opportunities through a wide range of our other schemes. The most substantial opportunity to progress the nature-based agenda involves changing the way we manage land at the broadest sense and broadest scale across Wales, and recognising that to deliver these ambitions at the scale required to make a difference, we need to find ways to support our land managers with appropriate incentives, including the support for long-term maintenance. And that's one of the reasons why NRW has been trying to influence the changes to the way we consider land management in Wales through the advice we provide to Welsh Government on the Sustainable Farming Scheme proposals. There is significant untapped potential to realise nature-based interventions and their benefits across Wales, across a whole range of existing delivery programmes, and we need to find ways to unlock that potential by reaching outwards and looking to work with others. One of the greatest challenges we face in the sector is the dispersed and complex spiderweb of roles and responsibilities between all of us. Ultimately, we rely on each other for the shared outcomes we're trying to achieve, but we need to move collaboration from the theory set out in the strategies and plans we all have into reality. It seems difficult though, and I've worked in the field long enough to see some of the issues around it. Those complex roles and responsibilities all give us different interests, drivers, and perhaps most influentially, different funding streams to satisfy. But we have to find a way to unlock some of these issues. The most common agenda is seeking greater collaboration at a catchment scale. Aligning our planning and decision making at this scale should make us more efficient and effective, but perhaps most significantly would demonstrate to our customers that we can be integrated and proactive. The development of catchment partnerships has been a long-standing recommendation in our sector, and we'll hear later on today with the work we can all learn from on the River Severn. And I'd urge all of us to consider how we might move more into that space. Despite the challenges, there are good examples of positive collaboration in a range of areas. And just one example, in the last 12 months, we've been working with Welsh Government, the WRGA, the Cymru Welsh Water, to deliver a range of technical training courses for our staff. And the skills development topic is one we're trying to move forward together as a sector, with a range of further plans being considered on how we can work on this major issue collaboratively. It's also important to recognise the need for collaboration at the broader international scale. We work closely with other UK agencies on a range of matters. For example, on research and development, we have a long-standing programme of work with the Environment Agency and DEFRA, recently developing our aligned areas of research interest to steer a whole host of work. We've also recently collaborated in developing a UK hydrology roadmap, which coordinates the industry's direction, but also agrees the fundamentals that underpin all of our modelling work. True integration remains difficult, but we do have the opportunity in front of us. As the local flood risk management strategies begin to get published around Wales, we need to look to align our plans across the risk management authorities and start to look at what's possible. Finally, we need to ensure that we bring with us the people we're all striving to support. We're all aware of just how vital it is for communities to not just be aware of their flood risk, but enable them to be in a position that they can own their own risk and that they understand the impacts of climate change and what that will do to them specifically. In regard to the project work we deliver, we want communities to feel truly engaged in our plans and involved in shaping the decisions being made. We're trying to make our processes more transparent and involving communities as early as possible when we consider projects. Shortly, we'll be publishing new information that describes how we plan and prioritise work, and that includes improving the accessibility of information on things such as the Communities at Risk Register. When it comes to community engagement and resilience work, NRW has got an important role to provide advice and guidance, but also to bring people together. But we have to recognise that connections exist in a lot of other existing ways and through other organisations. And all of the topics I've covered today interact, but this is yet another area where collaboration is important. NRW's objective is to increase public understanding of flood risk and provide advice on how people can be more resilient, but we're constrained in the direct engagement work we can undertake. We're currently reviewing and creating digital and printed advice and guidance. We're signposting to others who offer different kinds of support, and we now have a newsletter for community flood volunteers that communicates with over 5,000 subscribers. We also organise and facilitate community flood volunteer network events, and those enable those involved in their community flood risk to meet others and share best practice, as well as being able to speak to other supporting organisations. It's critical that our partners have the opportunity to be involved in these discussions. Their support really adds value to these events, and we welcome any approaches to get more involved in these initiatives. I've hopefully provided a brief overview of just some of the things NRW is working on, but also shared some of our views on where we think we need to improve our ways of working. In saying this, though, I'm recognising we're on a long, hard journey. With the current financial and resourcing constraints all of us are working under, progress is going to be incredibly difficult. The ambition is clearly there, right across the sector, but we're some way off where we need to be. We need to be smart and effective about what we do with our limited resources. We need to realise some of the gains we'll get by greater collaboration. But in return, however, as a professional community, we require the long-term sustained funding and the enabling mechanisms to support our work. Right from the funders and the policymakers through to the risk management authorities and the suppliers we work with, we need to move our thinking and get our heads into a longer-term and more strategic place. But we also need to be honest. There's a long way to go and a lot more to do. It's also vital that we recognise the areas of our work which sometimes are taken as a given. The substantial amount of work that goes into data collection and analysis that underpins our understanding of flood risk, or the enormous range of work that sits behind the decision to issue a flood warning, or the vast swathes of work that goes to ensuring that our flood defences are kept in good enough condition to cope with flooding when it does happen. There's a danger that sometimes these areas of our work are overlooked. And I'll be absolutely clear, if we forget or neglect these fundamentals, then bad things will happen. Finally, we need to recognise that we work in an area of constant change. The global climate itself is going to continue getting worse, which will only make the risks we attempt to manage even more complex. We've got a difficult task ahead, all of us, and it's one that's getting bigger. But now is the point where we, including those who fund our work, need to consider if we're on the right trajectory and whether we need to make changes to our approach. I think it's a challenge to all of us to consider how we bring ourselves and our organisations into the right space. We need to drive forward the work required, and I'll finish by asking all of you to consider, especially when you listen to the vision set out by the Commissioner shortly, what role do you all have in helping us move down that pathway set out in front of us? Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick reminder that we got Slido, so if you got any question, put them on. And also, if you like anybody else's question, give them a tick so they get pushed up. And if we have too many questions, at least they get asked. And so with this, I'll ask Ross Howell to kind of come and do her presentation.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, bore da. Diolch yn fawr am y gwahoddiad I fod gyda chi heddi. And thank you, Ross, for your really informative presentation as well. My name is Dr. Eirgen Powell. I'm a Commissioner on the National Infrastructure Commission for Wales, and I'm one of the 2 commissioners that has led our flooding project. So I'm here today to give you an update on the work that we did and the recommendations within our report. For those of you who aren't aware, the National Infrastructure Commission for Wales, and I will call it NICW from now on because it is quite a mouthful, was actually established in 2018 as an independent body to advise Welsh Government on long-term infrastructure needs of Wales. And as part of our remit, we were asked by Welsh ministers to conduct an assessment of how the nationwide likelihood of flooding of homes, businesses and infrastructure can be minimised by 2050. So that question in itself is a bit of a challenge, as you can see. Because as we know, as we've just heard, the changes to our climate is likely to lead to increased flooding in terms of frequency and intensity, is likely to lead to increases in sea level rise and coastal erosion as well. So we are only going to see, increased issues from our changing climate. And these are some of the challenges that Ross has already mentioned. So 1 in every 7 properties in Wales already at risk of flooding, with an additional 400 properties likely to be at risk from coastal erosion. And these numbers are only going to increase as we see the impact of a changing climate. The flooding caused by storms Dennis and Ciara back in 2020 highlighted Wales's vulnerability in terms of infrastructure across Wales being badly affected, including road and rail closures, as well as landslides at coal tips. So lots of issues for us to be looking at addressing. And the UK Committee on Climate Change have been saying for quite a few years now, actually, in their progress reports, that the UK and Wales are not prepared for the impacts that we are likely to see. And this was a report that they published last year in 2023, looking at Wales's progress in terms of adapting to climate change, which picked out a few areas of concerns in terms of flooding. And these include the fact that climate resilience is not embedded sufficiently or sufficiently enforceable within existing planning policy in Wales. And there are complicated roles and responsibilities and a lack of data to assess implementation, with some notable key gaps in terms of the data available, particularly around land use planning. So there are clearly some significant challenges that we need to look at, not just for today, but for decades to come as well. We started scoping our work at the start of 2023. We could see that there was a lot going on in this space, so we wanted to better understand the current landscape, what the challenges are in relation to flood risk management, and where NICU could add value. So several themes came through during the scoping stage, which are on the slide in front of you. And these include ensuring we have the workforce capacity and skill set that is needed to deliver a flood resilient Wales for the long term. How we can take an integrated or catchment and coastal zone management response to resilience and adaptation as well, that catchment-based working. Enabling community resilience and individual action on managing flood risk as well. We've just heard how important that is from Ross. Understanding what investment is needed to manage flood risk in the long term, and thinking about more innovative and alternative funding and finance mechanisms that we could access to support our work on this agenda. Raising political awareness and buy-in to flood risk management, that's clearly a really important aspect as well as the need for these longer term policy recommendations. We know, this is a significant long-term challenge. Nature-based solutions, obviously important in this space, so defining the role of landowners and what they could be doing to support nature-based solutions. And finally, the need for an overarching and long-term vision for flood risk management in Wales for 2050. So these were just some of the issues that came through, as I say, within our scoping work. And we took the findings from the scoping stage, and we commissioned 4 pieces of research focused on 4 areas. So developing a long-term vision for flood resilience in Wales by 2050 was the first one. The second one was exploring strategic and spatial flood management approaches, looking at how to scale up catchment approaches. Examining funding and the workforce needs was the third one. And finally, analysing the relationship between land use planning and flood risk. And these 4 pieces of work were delivered by Arup, by JBA, and by Miller Research as well. And this research was carried out between summer of 2023 and March of this year. And all of these 4 reports were published alongside our own report last month. In terms of our approach and how we delivered the work, we worked closely with those 3 consultants and also with stakeholders from across the flood sector through our brilliant project advisory group. They played a critical role in supporting our work throughout in terms of providing that advice and support and ideas as well. We had regular meetings with the project advisory group as well as the statutory flood committee, and obviously we are incredibly grateful for all of their contributions to the work. In terms of all of our work streams, it was really important for us to take a long-term approach, to think more innovatively and be as radical as possible about the future and how we work together to develop greater resilience to flooding in Wales. We realise this isn't easy, but it really is necessary. So this is the report that we published last month. And lots of the issues identified through the 4 work streams informed our report, and which obviously the recommendations within our report are seeking to address. And some of these you've already heard from Ross, but I will mention just a few. So we felt that there was a lack of long-term strategic planning for flood resilience. Yes, we have a 10-year strategy, which is a good start, but we feel it needs to be a much longer term. This is complicated. I'm not somebody who works within the flood risk management sector myself, but there is, it is a complicated space. There's confusion around roles and responsibilities of the various bodies involved in flood protection, which are multiple. The current landscape is complex and confusing, and there's lack of clarity, especially for communities who are clearly impacted by flooding. And this has led to a feeling that responses to flooding can be fragmented and sometimes ineffective. Communities want to be involved in decisions affecting them, and they want to help develop solutions. So as we've heard already, collaboration between relevant stakeholders like government agencies, technical experts, communities and NGOs is critical, but it's not sufficiently enabled within current frameworks. Approaches to flood management are not happening on an integrated catchment or coastal zone scale consistently across Wales, so clearly this is an opportunity. Funding, it's a huge issue across the board, we know that, but with resources currently being inefficiently allocated due to the reliance on reactive approaches and short-term funding cycles. Organisational capacities are stretched, clearly a huge issue, with limited cross-sector coordination happening. Communities lack structured support and dedicated funding for flood resilience efforts, resulting in varying levels of preparedness. There's a lack of training and resource for local representatives, which limit their ability to advocate for communities in flood management decision-making. The importance of nature-based solutions and environmental considerations is not being incorporated into governance frameworks in a systematic way. And finally, skills gaps exist across the broad spectrum of technical and social capabilities needed for evolving flood risk management demands. So sorry, lots of challenges again. But on to solutions, which is what our report is all about. So within the report, we published our vision for flood risk management in Wales by 2050, and this really underpins our report and recommendations as well. And as you can see on the screen, our vision is for a society working together collectively with nature to build resilience. And there are 6 elements within the vision as well, which talk about adaptive grounds, so where our homes, infrastructure and landscapes can be more adaptable and water resilient, where action is empowered through education, training and skills to develop those resilient routes, where Wales is a hub for flood resilience and adaptation, working alongside nature to enable the resilience, where we've got collective strength and leadership and integrated approaches with data and technology supporting our efforts. So this is set out on a separate web pages as well, where we provide more information on the vision work that Arup led for us, and also the engagement process that they used to develop the futures through futures methods, including developing future scenarios and character personas. And I would definitely urge you to go and have a look at this web resource if you haven't seen it already. It really provides that more detail about the vision within the report, as well as a toolkit on how you can have these conversations with your own stakeholders or with any community groups that you might be working with as well. So finally, on to our recommendations. We have presented 17 recommendations within our report over 4 themes. They are, we hope, bold and radical, but also practical. And we felt that highlighting nature and communities as overarching elements within our report as well, because we feel these are really critical for the development of long-term resilience to flooding in Wales. So the first theme is governance, structures and policy. We've got 5 recommendations under this theme, the first one of which is to establish a water commissioner, or a new role that can provide national coordination and leadership to develop strategic frameworks and policies for long-term resilient planning for land use and infrastructure. This role can establish a unified framework for statutory catchment planning and partnerships as well. They can foster cross-sector collaboration on issues such as agriculture, flooding and environmental management within Welsh Government and with stakeholders. And they can also provide clarity around the roles and responsibilities around this flood risk management space. To support that, we feel that we need to develop a 30-year national flood strategy. And this strategy will identify those long-term priorities and streamline existing plans and strategies within this single framework to 2050. We feel that we need to incorporate nature as a key stakeholder as well. So looking at mechanisms to formally represent natural systems in decision-making processes and consider legal mechanisms to protect natural assets. We feel that we need to see implementation, we need to implement reforms to planning policy. So we've seen delays with the update of TAN 15, which hasn't been particularly helpful. But overall, we obviously advocate for less development within flood risk areas, and we see a need as well to establish a consistent national flood risk planning performance metric and reporting system so that we have consistent data being reported in terms of land use planning. And finally, the recommendation to establish catchment partnerships, to pilot and set up regional and local catchment partnerships based on hydrological catchments rather than political boundaries, is another one within this theme. The next theme that we looked at was collaboration, partnerships and communities, and we've got a couple of 3 recommendations here. The first one is to establish a water resilience forum for Wales, a forum that can facilitate multi-agency collaboration and to support the creation of community resilience groups as well. We were really impressed with the work that's happening across the border in the National Flood Forum and also within the Scottish Flood Forum, and we feel that a similar model would work really well for Wales. We would like to see those existing plans and strategies consolidated within catchment resilience strategies, so that the planning can happen more at regional level. And again, we have a recommendation around involving communities in decision making around flood risk. So examples include establishing citizen juries or assemblies to empower the representative community governance models and ensure that diverse voices are included within decision making. The third theme that we looked at was around funding and capacity. So again, we've got a few recommendations here, which include establishing a climate change Adaptation and Resilience Fund to look at supporting cross-sector activity around adaptation and resilience. We feel that the existing FCERM investment programme should be extended and also aligned to current work programmes, looking at how we can address the annual budget cycles and looking at multi-year funding and the potential here. We feel that we need to explore and investigate diversifying funding sources, so looking at things like crowdsourcing or philanthropic funding opportunities that can support work in this area. Nature-based solutions has obviously come up already, so we are recommending that we set up a task force for nature-based solutions to overcome barriers and implement landscape scale nature-based solutions. And then the final one is around looking at the potential of householder grants to support property level resilience, especially for low income homeowners in receipt of benefits. I've got the amber light in front of me, so I'm going to speed up. The final, fourth and final theme is around awareness, skills and data. So looking at what we can do through our formal curriculum in terms of educating our young people through schools, and also looking at a public awareness and education campaign on flooding. We've got some recommendations around skills as well. Also in terms of community training, so thinking about our local elected members and the training that could be available for them. And finally, a recommendation around using open and transparent and accessible data to support community level efforts on flood risk management. So just to finish off, we obviously recognise that a different and radical approach is needed for Wales to meet the current and future challenges associated with flooding. We've heard today that it's not going to go away, that we need to think about how we all come together and work differently to address these future challenges. Our recommendations are meant as a starting point to, to support thinking and ideas in this space and for more in-depth discussion. And obviously we have invited Welsh Government to reflect on the recommendations and respond in due course, and we've already had very positive conversations with the Deputy First Minister and with civil servants as well on the recommendations within our report. And we will obviously have a responsibility to monitor the response to the recommendations that we've made. So I do hope the report makes a positive contribution to the debate, and I look forward to supporting Welsh Government and other stakeholders to turn our ideas into reality. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you very much. And the Minister has arrived, so I will hand over to you, Ranka Davies, to give the Welsh Government keynote.
I'll just say it always looks a bit scary when my picture pops up on the monitor there. I'm always taken aback by it. Diolch yn fawr iawn am fy nwahodd i'r digwyddiad heddiw. Thank you very much for the invitation to the event today. Mae'n fraint cael bod yma gyda chi heddiw. Ac aner chi'n fed cynadledd ar 20 llifogydd Cymru. It's a privilege to be here with you today and to address the 21st Wales Flood Conference. Hoffwn estyn croeso cynnes i'r holl westaion, siaradwyr a chyfranogwyr uchel a'i parch. I'd very much like to extend my own warm welcome to all our esteemed guests, our speakers and participants. Rwy'n gobeithio eich bod chi'n mwynhau digwyddiad pwysig hwn. I very much hope you'll enjoy this very important event. Can I say at the outset my thanks to the Chartered Institute of Water and Environmental Management and the Institute of Civil Engineers for the invitation. I should declare an interest. I was just speaking to colleagues on the way in from both august institutions, and I was mentioning that I am indeed a former UK Parliamentarian of the Year awarded by CWEN, so thank you very much for that. And I'm working on it with the Institute of Civil Engineers, okay? It was some time ago. I was an MP and a minister for 15 years up in Westminster before I came back home. I did my apprenticeship up in London, came back home to do the job. So let me say a few words to you today. In Wales, we are no strangers, of course, to the challenges that are posed by flooding. It's something I regularly talk about. Our communities, our infrastructure, our natural environment itself is increasingly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. Last year, we experienced here in Wales one of the warmest and wettest winters on record. We had, of course, 11 named storms. It's a clear indication of the climate we are now having to adapt to, and do it with urgency as well. And as we gather here, we're reminded of the critical importance of our work in flood risk management. The recent events right across Europe, including the devastating and tragic flooding events in Valencia in Spain, they highlight the need for us to get on with preparedness and resilience in the face of severe and more frequent severe weather events. Now, our thoughts go out to the people affected. We're reminded in that of the shared responsibility we have to our own communities too. And of course, it's too soon to draw any direct lessons from one incident like the recent floods in Spain, but I think it's important to reflect on how we might cope in a similar situation. And I do remember way back when I was the DEFRA Minister with responsibility for flooding, visiting then the combined Met Office and Environment Agency, the investment that they'd made in looking at the flood projections, and I stood there looking at the incredible analysis that they had on the screens behind me as they showed not only the front that was moving into Cumbria in 2008, which had such devastating consequences, but also the fact it was going to stop over Cumbria and create a deluge. So those things are very much in our mind. As you all know, the exceptional flood events like that can and do occur, and they're more frequent now. In 2020, we experienced a series of devastating storms which tested our infrastructure to the very limit. Climate change means that these types of events are occurring more frequently, so we've got to continue to adapt and learn. Only then can we ensure that our infrastructure is robust enough and our communities as well are well informed enough and prepared for any eventuality. So for that reason, I very much welcome the recent report by the National Infrastructure Commission for Wales, NICW, because we recognise that more long-term, seriously long-term, joined-up thinking is required, because only then we can support our future generations in combating the effects of climate change and improving our flood resilience in Wales. So Welsh Government asked NICW to conduct this assessment of how flood risk to homes and businesses and infrastructure in Wales can be minimised by 2050. The report will inform our future thinking in flood risk management. So my officials now will have to carefully consider the findings to improve the future of flood risk management in Wales. Now, of course, what is clear is that we need to adapt. We all recognise we need to respond not only in the short term, but looking much further into the future, creating long-term policies within flood and also, of course, coastal erosion risk management. And I am proud to say our commitment to safeguarding our communities from catastrophic results of flooding and coastal erosion is unwavering. And I just want to pay tribute, by the way, to the people in this room and the many others outside who are doing the work that you're involved with. You might be responsible for the design and delivery of new flood schemes, or the maintenance of existing assets, or indeed working with communities who've been devastated with flooding. But whatever your role, I am incredibly grateful to the people in this room for your expertise, your insight, your involvement, your compassion with those communities and more. I just want to take a moment to really reflect on this and just to say genuinely and sincerely, thank you very much for the work that you are doing day in, day out. We are reliant on the public and the private sector working together to deliver the schemes that we put forward. And truly, I can assure you that your expertise and your dedication and your hard work does not go unnoticed. And the same goes for our risk management authorities, who are working tirelessly to maintain our infrastructure and keep it resilient. Flood risk management isn't always about the construction of new flood alleviation schemes. Maintaining the existing structures, understanding the condition of those structures, management of asset data, and the planning of future work, all of this is key to our long-term resilience. So we all understand and recognise that our climate is changing and that we have to remain vigilant to the risks of flooding throughout the year. The piece of engagement with the public is critical to this in enhancing community resilience. We need to better be able to share information and experience, indeed with our neighbours. This can only strengthen our support networks and help in future preparedness. And it is crucial as well to highlight the role that Natural Resources Wales has in ensuring that our communities are prepared and remain resilient. This year, we've allocated £24.5 million revenue funding to Natural Resource Wales. And this is used to maintain the NRW's network of assets, support the warning and information systems, and to raise community awareness and to support flood incident response. And I'm very pleased to hear that NRW has recently launched the replacement flood warning system. It is a multimedia flood warning information service for Wales. We've invested through Welsh Government £6 million in that new system. We're going to be spreading the message, encouraging people to sign up for alerts, because we need people to stay informed about weather conditions and potential flood risks. We all have a part to play. But we're also focusing in Welsh Government on the task in hand, the continued investment in our flood infrastructure. This year, I'm pleased to say we're maintaining our record level of funding for the flood programme at £75 million. It matches last year's highest annual allocation ever for flood risk management in Wales. We're really focused on this. And this funding supports a range of initiatives, from constructing new flood alleviation schemes to maintaining and enhancing the existing infrastructure. This is a key priority for this Welsh Government, to reduce the risk of flooding to homes and to businesses. And we have so many examples now right across Wales. One example is what we're doing in Newport. NRW are constructing one of the largest ever schemes in Stevenston Street in Newport. It's a £21 million scheme. It'll benefit over 2,000 properties. And I was also pleased recently to open NRW's £6 million scheme in Ammanford with the First Minister alongside me. It is a very impressive civil engineering project which will reduce the flood risk to 349 homes in Ammanford and 37 business and non-residential properties. All of these matter deeply to those communities. And whilst our coastal risk programme, affectionately referred to as CRUMP, is coming now to an end, our local authorities are continuing to progress schemes at a real pace. In May, I was pleased to open the £6 million CRUMP scheme in Hiral Bay up in Bangor. And the scheme is a reminder that actually these projects can deliver wider multiple benefits for communities way beyond the risk of flooding. So they've rejuvenated there in Hiral Bay the local promenade, which I used to know well. It's now a very attractive place to go and stroll and cycle and so on. It's also improved active travel, walking and cycling within the community. And it's also benefited 194 properties in flood protection, multiple benefits. And more recently, I visited the huge CRUMP scheme in Aberaeron on the west coast. Whilst I was there, interestingly, I met two apprentices there who were learning about sustainable construction methods. And I learned how the construction company BAM had also met and was engaging with local school pupils to teach them about civil engineering as well as flood resilience. Civil engineering. Now that's important because by reaching out to young people, we can help them realise their own potential, open their eyes to what they could do in the world, and maybe inspire them to be the next generation of flood professionals. Who knows, maybe some of those children from Aberaeron will be at this conference in years to come. And whilst we're thinking to the future, I just want to talk about natural flood management too. One of our key Welsh Government strategies is to work with the environment, with natural processes to manage flood risk. So we've invested an additional £4.6 million in over 20 projects across Wales to enhance our natural environment and reduce flood risk with by protecting up to 2,000 properties. Now, this builds on our natural flood management pilot programme, which has already benefited over 850 properties. Local authorities have also made significant progress themselves in enhancing community resilience through what is our annual Small Scale Works grant programme. Last year alone, we invested over £4 million in funding for this, supported more than 60 essential flood schemes, and the schemes have benefited over 1,000 properties. And I want to particularly mention this Small Scale Works programme because sometimes, and I understand, but the media coverage focuses on the very large schemes. And it's true that we do need those very large schemes, the huge coastal schemes with rock armour revetments or wave return walls. They are, incredible feats of engineering. But actually, sometimes what we need is a new trash screen, a relined culvert. The latter is less impressive and often is designed to be almost invisible, but it's no less important to the nearby family who feel safe in their home because of that. And I've seen it in my own patch, in my own valleys, where we now have flash flooding, but that sort of investment makes a real difference and makes people feel safe in their homes. I don't think I need to remind people in this room, but so much of our infrastructure is indeed discreet, virgin on hidden away. Trash screens, culverts, highway gullies, embankments, these types of assets are all around us. And in some ways, I think flood risk management is indeed a victim of its own successes. Because when it works perfectly well, nobody notices. It's when it goes wrong, that's when people notice. In many cases, the measures that you've worked on are very carefully designed indeed to blend into the background. To paraphrase the Institute of Civil Engineers Charter, the people in this room, the creators within this room, and your predecessors have directed the great sources of power in nature for the use and the convenience of mankind and womankind, by the way. Now, unfortunately, that also means that people only really appreciate your work when they need replacing. You have a tough job, but I know how hard you work. I will continue to fly the flag for this continued investment throughout Wales. And whilst, look, we can be deeply proud of this record, I also recognise that flood risk management is not just about construction, it's about encouraging resilience within our communities. So our National Security and Resilience Team provides a biannual Wales Resilience Outlook. It provides a consolidated view of all our known risks, including flooding, to aid the overall resilience planning. And the local resilience forums also play a critical role in identifying the risks and the mitigations needed in those local areas, including the developing and the testing of emergency response flood plans. So looking ahead, I think that collaboration is going to continue to need to be right at the heart of our approach. We work very closely with Natural Resources Wales, with local authorities and UK counterparts to ensure that we have this joined up approach in response to flood incidents. We do this at a strategic level, but we also do it on the ground level too. And I'm very pleased that we can work so closely with our counterparts in England as well to protect our communities. So in closing, I just want to emphasise, as I frequently do at these and other opportunities, that we simply cannot prevent all flooding incidents, but what we can do is take the steps to reduce its consequences, to do everything we can. We have got to create more resilient communities right across Wales. Welsh Government indeed has a very important role, but we cannot do this alone. But together, through the efforts of all of us, our collective efforts and our shared commitment, we can build a safer, a more resilient future for everyone. Felly, rwy'n gobeithio eich bod all wedi mwynhau eich amser yma heddiw. I hope you all enjoy your time here today. Dwi'n edrych ymlaen at glywed am y trafodaethau a'r mewnwelediadau gwerthfawr a fydd yn dailio o gynhadledd hon. I look forward to hearing more about all the valuable discussions and insights that emerge from this conference. Diolch yn fawr iawn am gwrando. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much. So may I ask the speakers to come up to the panel, and also Tom and Claire from Welsh Government to join for the Q&A. Okay, so we have some interesting questions, and we'll take a little bit of time and work into the lunch to get a few answers, so that you can do speed answer and see whether you can get through the 14 questions we have. So number one is, when will the updated version of TAN 15 be published? Does it contain recommendation for resilience as mentioned in the NICW talk?
This will be a quick answer, I think. So I understand that the intention is to publish in late winter. It is moving forward now. We have a new Cabinet Secretary in place concerned with planning. Presentation and discussions are ongoing, but the intention is to publish very soon. Unfortunately, I'm unable to comment on the actual content of it or to confirm what's gone, whether or not it does include the recommendations for resilience, as mentioned in Nicky.
Okay, thank you. Shall we move on to the next question? Does or should the communities at risk register include social vulnerability to flooding?
Yeah, so it does take account a certain element towards kind of social vulnerability. So recognising that some people will struggle with the impacts of flood risk more so than others. For those that aren't aware, the communities at risk register is a tool we've used for quite a long time now, which brings together our understanding of flood risk, tries to quantify that and compare that across different communities to kind of allow us to prioritise our work. And it does take account of several different factors. Social vulnerability is one, the availability of flood warnings is another, for example, the level of hazard in the area and the speed of onset of flooding as well. So there's a lot of different factors that go into it, and I did allude to it in my talk. We are about to publish some new information on our website and improve the information we provide to our professional partners around how that tool works, how we use it, and the composition of it. But I think once we've got through that, it probably is an ongoing conversation we need to have about the future of that tool and updating it, because some of the input data that does go into that, such as social vulnerability, there's been big improvements in that type of data in recent years, and we probably need to start looking at it.
Brilliant, thank you very much. What are NRW and the Welsh Government going to communicate existing threats faced by some communities in Wales in the face of rising sea levels? What needs to change?
Yeah,
that's a good question.
You can think about it. I mean, I think in terms of communication at risk with communities, I did allude to that challenge we've got around the capacity, particularly around engagement. We've been through a lot of spending reviews and things like that over years, and we have narrowed focus a lot of the time back towards the statutory drivers around our work, and unfortunately this is one of the areas that quite often suffers through that. But we have got to do that. I alluded to it in the presentation. I think we've got to look at kind of greater collaboration between authorities to see how we can try and, use my other words, innovate to get around some of those things. But I think part of it is trying to where an example would be where we're trying to move forward some of the coastal adaptation work that we're trying to progress, and that is challenging. A lot of the funding at the moment is centred around reduction of risk to properties kind of immediately, and we've got to find ways to bring more of that adaptation planning into our programme. We are trying, they're in our programme, and there's certainly kind of initiatives that we're trying to move forward, but really I think we need to look at the level of investment we put into not just community engagement itself, but also that adaptation planning and really bringing that onto an equal footing with some of the here and now risks we're trying to deal with.
I'd say as well, when we brought in our new national strategy, or the latest version of the national strategy back in 2020, alongside that came in an update to the flood maps, obviously maintained by NRW, and a lot of work has been put in by NRW, and in order to, with the check your flood risk, flood pages and things like that, to raise awareness. And unfortunately, and we do continue to push it, and within, I understand, well, I know that our Cabinet Secretary will continue to push this. We make our annual statements, whether it be biannual statements, typically often at the when we announce the new programme, but also at at the beginning of sort of what you might term the flood season this year. And it's to make people aware. There's a reason we do time these debates, and it's to make people aware, or at least do our best to sort of raise awareness in the political sphere, but also hopefully that filters out into the public, that these things are available. We do make people aware. We try and advertise them just to make it clear that there are, that the people have the ability to inform themselves as well, and to make these information as public as possible.
Okay, one more. Sorry, can I just add a very final point, so expanding on Tom's. So we do have a very engaged political leadership around flooding in Wales. So the DFM talked about the fact that he opened the Ammanford scheme with the FM. They're both very interested in flood, very aware of it, and we are pushing an open door. So we try and use the political as much as possible to put out the message, and really encourage you to try and engage with them as well.
And could I just finally add something in on the previous question? So a heads up that the third year project for the National Infrastructure Commission for Wales is looking at this exact issue. So how do we engage with communities around these existential threats? So we've got a couple of projects running at the moment. One is working really closely with communities, and the other one will be looking at the specific risks to the infrastructure sector. So that work will be reporting in about 11 months' time. But if anybody wants to get involved or find out more information, come and grab me or come and grab Stuart, who's here all day as well.
Thank you very much. And I think the next question might be for you as well. What specific powers for the proposed water commissioners?
Good question. I guess from our perspective, we're in a quite an interesting position where we are able to set out some ideas around what we think needs to change and what the kind of function of a new role might look like. So I think it's really important to consider the purpose and the function of this new role before actually kind of setting out what powers or what this role might look like. So, as I mentioned in my talk, the idea of recommending this role was because we felt that at the moment the landscape is quite complicated, probably don't need to put that word in. The landscape is complicated, and we feel that there just needs to be kind of streamlining of governance and leadership around flooding, and we called it a water commissioner because even though it might sort of start off looking at flooding, there might be scope for this role to extend and look at other water issues, including polluted water. We know there's a huge amount of work happening around water quality at the moment, and also the issue of too little water, which might be coming towards us in the future as well. So I think for us, it's that sort of national level coordination, leadership and streamlining that we felt was important for this role to fulfil.
Thank you very much. Okay, next question. How do you begin to encourage farmers to implement NBS and repair the relationship between the farmers and the policymakers? Who would like to take that one?
Back towards me. Yeah, I mean, what a challenge. We all seen the stuff in the press recently around the kind of how volatile that kind of sector is at the moment, and rightly so in terms of some of the issues we've got around food production and security in the country. But they are, and they do provide a really significant opportunity to progress this nature-based agenda. I hinted at it again in my talk, to deliver nature-based solutions that are going to be of a scale that is suitable enough to manage the type of flood risk we're trying to address. It needs delivery at scale, and therefore it needs engagement with land managers, with farmers, etc. And ultimately we need to try and work more effectively with them. My own feeling is that we need to look at the financial incentives around that. The reforms to agricultural subsidy are clearly an opportunity for that, but we also need to work locally with farmers to understand, and for them to understand as well, so we get this collective understanding about how communities can work together, and they are part of that community, to try and help each other. And whether that farmer is focused purely on their own outputs, or whether they're focused on what they can deliver in kind of ecosystem services, as we call it, around their estate. We do need to look at how we can unlock that. But I do think a lot of that does come down to the kind of financial incentive, and therefore, increases the importance of getting a sustainable farming scheme that works.
Right.
And just to add, sorry, so we do have colleagues who are also working on this, looking at implementing natural flood management. We've had a pilot, and we currently have an accelerator programme. That is being delivered through risk management authorities, which I think we probably acknowledge is not necessarily the best vehicle for it, because the ideal thing is that when we talk about them paying farmers, it should be paying farmers to do it. So we would like to see that in some way incorporated into the sustainable farming scheme. But I appreciate at this point that the farming community is deeply concerned about what this change might mean and what the future sustainable farming scheme is going to look like. But ultimately, as Ross says, it's about remunerating people properly for getting these measures implemented. But what we're also trying to understand at the moment through our programs is what are the other sort of barriers to actually implementing. And these might be the more mundane, I say mundane, these things like ordinary watercourse consent, or for example, or planning conditions. These are things that if we are going to implement it widely, we still need to learn. So there is other learning going on at the moment as well. But I think we can all agree that ultimately they need to be, the financial incentive is key.
Thank you.
And could I just mention briefly that as part of our work, we've come across projects where farmers are already engaged with nature-based solutions within their local areas. I think North West Wales was an example that was shared with us. So I think when they can see the benefits in terms of that approach, the benefits that they get to their own land, I think that's a really good way of encouraging, obviously, other farmers to get on board.
Thank you. I think the next question is for you as well. So with your recommendation 4, what is your view on developing in Wales cities located in coastal flooding plains?
Thank you, Paul, for that question. This is a really tricky one, isn't it? We've got 60% of Wales's population living on the coast. So it's going to be a challenge. I think from our perspective, avoiding unnecessary development in high flood risk areas has to be the starting point. And I realise this creates problems for some local authorities, many local authorities in Wales that are based on our coast. It's tricky, but I guess from our perspective, we can't see the sense of going ahead with new development that we know will be flooded in 5, 10, 20 years time. It just doesn't seem to make sense. So that would be our starting point, but I realise it's a really tricky issue. So sorry for avoiding the question.
Well, maybe the next one is a good one then to look at. So what promising initiatives, innovations are you excited about to help communities thrive in the face of climate change challenges?
I want not to throw back another question to Eglin, but I did wonder, you've been around Wales and seen a lot of these different projects and had conversations with people. I wonder what strikes you from someone outside the sector that you're seeing going on that we should do more of?
Thank you, Ross.
Hospital baths.
Can you see what you did there? Yeah. No, it's a great question. Really important, obviously, for us to look elsewhere. And as part of NICU's work, we always try and learn from other regions of the UK, but other regions globally as well. I've seen some really exciting things happening in the US around this as a result of Hurricane Katrina, which is quite a while ago. But in terms of bringing it closer to home, I guess a couple of examples I would mention. We had a great presentation from someone involved in the Bude Climate Partnership, Bude in Cornwall. They've had some national lottery funding to do some work with the community there around the risks that they're facing. So if you haven't come across it, I'd encourage you to go away and Google Bude Climate Partnership and find out what they've been doing. But close to home, give a shout out to, I don't know if there's anyone in the room today from Pembrokeshire Coastal Forum. We had a visit to Pembrokeshire recently, last year, and they're doing some great engagement work with their local communities, working and supporting the work happening at the Public Service Board level as well, which obviously brings together the local public sector bodies in the area. And they've actually published a climate adaptation plan for the PSB in Pembrokeshire, Pembrokeshire Coastal Forum have been working a lot more closely then with the communities, especially the coastal communities who are facing risks from climate change and sea level rise in the area. So yeah, I'd suggest we have a look at, or you have a look at, the work that they've been doing as well.
Brilliant, thank you very much. You raised very well to that question then. So this is actually the last question, and with this one close kind of like the session 2, and everybody will be pleased to know that lunch is ready for you, so enjoy it, and we'll be back in the room for 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
Well, there's an expectant hush that's just suddenly settled on the room, which is extremely welcome. Welcome to you all back this afternoon. I'm Martin Buckle. I chair the Wales Flood and Coastal Erosion Committee. I'm pleased to say that there are several members of the committee here today, and I'd just like to thank them for making their time available in moving forward the overall work programme of our committee. Anyway, this afternoon's session is about resilience, but before that, I'd like to ask Melissa just to come to the microphone to pay a tribute to Angela Ellis. So, Melissa.
We were all so sad to hear, after battling cancer over the last couple of years, our friend and colleague Angie Ellis passed away in August this year. Angie joined the external funding team in Environment Agency Wales in 2012, where she supported Water Framework Directive partnerships. Before she successfully transformed the management of a 28-acre park and leisure facility in London. Angie joined Programme and Projects Delivery in NRW in 2013 as team leader, and we immediately knew that she was the right person for the job. Angie was very driven, very professional, and passionate about her work. She wanted you to feel the same way. The old cliche, if a thing's worth doing, it's worth doing well. This was Angie. Never half measures, always getting stuck in and getting it right. I think we can say that some processes within the businesses we all moan about, but Angie loved the process. She looked at it as another challenge for her to complete and lead in the way, creating a working environment that worked for everybody. She transformed project and programme management in NRW and led the programme and projects delivery team to be an exemplar for project management within NRW. Angie was always thinking one step ahead, always thinking, what's next? What are the weaknesses? Where can we improve? And how can we improve the status quo? She constantly challenged the project teams to deliver the best outcomes they could for the people and the environment of Wales. Another one of Angie's passions was contract management. She was so enthusiastic about early warnings. I expect some of you in the audience received some of those. As well as leading the team, Angie was a project executive for several schemes: St Asaph Flood Risk Management Scheme, Land 30H Phase 1 Culvert Replacement, Comaybe Management Realignment. She also led on the Elway Catchment Flood Risk Management Project. She was passionate about natural flood risk management and how it could play in managing flood risk. She fully embraced sustainable management of natural resources principles and NRW's wellbeing objectives, and the positive role FRM projects could play impacting communities and the environment. Angie was a happy and energetic person, leading from the front and leading by example. She had a positive outlook on everything, which rubbed off on the team she's worked with. She was great at team building and would always find ways to make it fun and interesting. How about climbing Snowdon and picking up litter on the way for our Environmental Day this year, she said on one occasion. In typical Angie fashion, though, she chose one of the challenging routes up there. She actively encouraged participation, sharing ideas, learning lessons to improve individuals and teams. Angie was also a very caring person who provided support to the team and colleagues, both in work and personal issues. This continued even when she left NRW in 2018 for Binnies, formerly Back and Veatch. Angie joined Binnies as a regional director for Wales, the role that would allow her to continue working in the Welsh environmental sector that she was so passionate about. She demonstrated her versatility as project director, leading a variety of projects from detailed design of a reservoir safety works to complex and challenging coastal adaptation appraisals. Amongst the proudest achievement, though, was for her sheer dedication and relentless hard work, making Binnies one of the 2 consultants appointed to NRW's Next Gen framework in 2021. Angie was truly inspired by the Wellbeing of Future Generations Act and driven by its ethos. Her passion and her belief in the values and the future generations will be her legacy at Binnies. Our thoughts are with Angie's family, including her young children. She was a fighter, and she would want us to continue with determination to deliver a better future for the generations living in Wales. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melissa. That brings us now then on to the afternoon session, which is focusing on resilience. We've had a very interesting morning. I'm confident that the afternoon will be interesting equally. Speaking to us then this afternoon, we have Phil Edmondson, Technical Director with JBA, talking to us about unscrambling what resilience means. Dan Trewin from the Environment Agency, Place Manager for Shropshire and Worcestershire, an interesting title. And Louise Ellis, who's Associate Director with Arup, talking about the Severn Catchment. We've got Wendy Gilligan, Chair of Dinas Powys Flood Action Group, talking to us about a community response to flooding in that community. And then Tom Luddington, Coastal Stakeholder Manager with Pembrokeshire Coastal Forum, who'll talk to us about the county's climate adaptation strategy. So to move that agenda forward, I'd like to invite Phil Edmondson to come and deliver his presentation.
Good afternoon, it's a delight to be here. My name is Phil Edmondson, I'm a Technical Director at JBA Consulting. When I started my career with JBA as a graduate back in 2006, we didn't talk about resilience to climate change. We spoke about flood defence and flood prevention. There was some kind of battle going on. It was us versus the elements. But then in 2007, we had major flooding across the UK. What followed were initiatives like Making Space for Water and the findings from the Pitt Review. And slowly the dial began to shift. Terms like adaptation and resilience became part of our lexicon. And slowly things have evolved. In December 2002, the UK government released the National Resilience Framework, which set out that resilience should be a whole of society endeavour. In England, the EA have a national flood and coastal erosion risk management strategy, which sets out a vision for a nation ready for and resilient to climate change. So the term resilience is now used every day by all of us. We've heard it a lot already in today's conference. I would argue we're at risk of perhaps going too far the other way. It's more than just a fashionable buzzword now. It's ubiquitous in our sector. It's everywhere. Using it liberally without explanation and as shorthand, I think is unhelpful. So we need to find a definition and coalesce, something we can all understand and relate to, and we need to unscramble it. Now, I've seen so many models of people trying to unpick what resilience is all about and provide a degree of clarity. They often end up chasing their tail and creating a game of 3D chess. But as practitioners in the sector, we need to unscramble it and coalesce around that simple definition that I spoke about. Why? Well, because we need to take the whole of society with us, don't we? We need to have the skills and the confidence to change the vocabulary that we've become so accustomed to over time. I was at a conference recently and someone said that with our rising sea levels, we need to accept a lower level of resilience at our coast in future. Now, what they did there was incorrectly use the term resilience as using it as a synonym for protection or a standard of protection at our coastline. We might need to accept a lower standard of protection at parts of our coast in future, but not lower levels of resilience. What about the benefits from warning and informing, or sustainable placemaking, or nature-based solutions that we've heard about, or emergency planning? So we need to be really careful that we're not using the term resilience incorrectly, that we're not using it as shorthand and assuming that everyone's on the same page as us. And we need to be careful that we're not overcomplicating it to the extent that if we can't understand it, then what hope has society got? Now, we know that in future there will be weather events that bring disruption to society, and we could take the traditional approach. We could adopt business as usual and focus our benefits assessment on appraising flood risk management simply in terms of the number of properties that we protect. But as it says, in the face of our changing climate, we can't keep doing the same things again and again. So we need to focus more than just on our capacity to prevent damage or defend ourselves. We need a wider portfolio of interventions and options, many of which we've heard about already today. So there is a case for change, and thankfully things are changing. Now, a really important question that we need to ask ourselves is, as we explore resilience, is the resilience of what to what? For example, the way we might describe, define and measure the resilience of a particular community to flooding will be very different to the resilience of an asset like a railway line to extreme heat. So there is no one simple set of indicators here. Whereas for a community, we might look at things like the number of people signed up to receive a flood warning or the number of personal flood plans. For a railway line and an asset like that, it might be, well, what's the acceptable downtime? Or how long is it going to take to get a spare part? So there are no simple sets of indicators here that are uniform. What we're trying to achieve then is more than just protecting a community, as I've said. It extends beyond those traditional activities to protect or prevent damage. Resilience then is about better and more integrated outcomes, ones that seek to enhance natural, social, physical and financial capacities. It can be about prosperity, equality, inclusion, climate justice. And from the work we do as practitioners, it's about outcomes that allow the whole of society to be more aware of their risk, be able to adapt over time and have the capacity to respond and recover more effectively. Aware, adapt, respond, recover. You'll hear more about that in a minute. At JBA, we've developed a short animation that provides a description that hopefully we can all relate to, framed around aware, adapt, respond, recover. So hopefully, that will now play.
Increasingly, we are hearing the term resilience, but do we know what it actually means? Resilience, like risk, is a term that can be interpreted and understood in many different ways. Different disciplines, professions and services will all have their own language and vocabulary when it comes to discussing resilience. So what do we mean when we refer to resilience? At JBA, we've adopted a simple, straightforward framework to help us all communicate collectively the need to build resilience in the light of our changing climate. Simply put, resilience is the ability to absorb and recover from a shock or harm, and there are two underlying principles to understanding this model of resilience. Firstly, this shock or harm, or even the threat of a shock, disrupts the normal functioning of a system, be that an asset, a community, an organisation, agriculture, or an ecosystem. Whatever the system, without any preparedness or adaptation, it absorbs the impact and experiences a reduction in functionality. It may even cease to function entirely. Secondly, the system can have a capacity to recover from this impact. It responds and recovers over time. Depending on the scale of the shock, the system may never return to normal functioning following the impact. Or in some cases, the system might be returned to a level of functioning that's better than it was before the shock, a concept often referred to as building back better, which we'll return to later. For us, resilience in the face of climate change is going to drive much of our work in the coming years. Typically, our work involves raising awareness, identifying hazards and vulnerabilities, assessing the likelihood of occurrence and the potential scale of the impact in a risk assessment process. After this, the follow-on stage involves adaptation planning. This is the process of building and increasing resilience, which will become an increasingly important part of the work we do for our clients. But what do these climate change hazards or impacts look like? For comparison, let's think about our old normal before the increased risks from climate change, when an environmental impact, such as a flood in a community, might typically have had a 1% chance in any 1 year of occurring. The system, when impacted, typically had the ability to absorb, respond, and then recover, often back to a normal level of functioning. However, the reality is that in our new normal, we're going to face deeper impacts, more frequent impacts, deeper and longer lasting impacts, and deeper impacts causing more permanent damage. We'll also face progressive change and chronic loss in functioning, for example, the loss and degradation of habitats or reduction in our water resources. There are 4 key components to building resilience. Let's take a look at what they mean. Awareness and planning are the essential foundation stages in planning adaptation and in preparing for response and recovery. Adaptation, both post an event and in anticipation of an event, involves thinking outside the box, not just simply building or rebuilding better, but building back smarter. Incremental adaptations to climate change, which are at the heart of much of our work, are not always a long-term solution, but transformational adaptation is. Response is typically dependent on our impact readiness and involves forecasting and monitoring, training and exercises, real-time modelling, emergency planning, deployment of defences, and post-event evaluation. Recovery includes both community and environmental recovery, preparedness, and management. At JBA, our ambition is to lead in society's pursuit for resilience to climate change. We will support our clients proactively to transform their businesses, systems, assets, or ways of working to become more resilient, not just following an impact, but before such impacts arise. We will also support our clients to recover more quickly from the shock of an impact, if and when it occurs, bringing them back online as early as possible. For us, it's not about building back better. We believe that improved resilience isn't about doing the same things but better. It's about transformational adaptation. At JBA, we will support our clients to build back smarter.
So, I've told you what I think, that resilience is about improving and integrating the outcomes. And you've heard JBA's 4-stage framework for resilience that provides a description that we can perhaps relate to. But I've got a question for you. What does resilience mean to you? So let's take a moment to think about that. Are you clear, and can you describe it in the context of the projects that you work on, the schemes that you deliver, the stakeholders and communities that you engage with? To help us do that, I've got some images that depict different elements of resilience, perhaps in terms of our communities, the places we live and work. And I'm going to show them, and I want you to just think quietly and independently about how they make you feel, but also what resilience means to you. Are we able to move the slides on? Oh, hang on, we've skipped. Thank you. Now, back in September, we ran a Climate Resilience Week in JBA. The aim was to share and celebrate the collective contributions being made towards society's pursuit for resilience to climate change. We facilitated events and activities, bringing together our colleagues, clients and partners. We held regional events and put on more than 40 internal events. We even launched a podcast, which, shameless plug, I host. We learned a lot. Those who participated now feel better able to communicate and talk more confidently about resilience in the context of their work. Above all else, we learned the value of collaboration to make new connections and reaffirm existing ones. And with collaboration comes integration. Building resilience to climate change will require different approaches to those that we may have taken traditionally. Meeting the resilience challenge will mean working in more integrated ways across and between disciplines. During Climate Resilience Week, one of our teams put together this word cloud on what resilience means to them. Now, there are terms up there that you would expect to see, things like hazard and risk assessment, but there are two important terms that I'd like to pick out: capacity and change. As I said at the start, there is a case for change. Are you up for it? Is your organisation or team preparing and planning for the capacity and the integrated skills that will be needed as we move from the old to the new? Now, having said I don't like models, here's my own. If resilience is founded on aware, adapt, respond, recover, then the better and more integrated outcomes that I spoke of should bring together social capital, human capital, natural capital, and systems resilience thinking. So social capital, in terms of the opportunities for participation and empowerment and belonging within our communities. Human capital, in terms of capturing and building that lived experience that is so vital in our communities, and strengthening the awareness and skills and agency that individuals have. I don't need to tell you about the benefits of natural capital, but in terms of systems resilience, we need to be thinking about what is acceptable downtimes, what are our recovery standards, and what about the wider capacity of our systems. As I said earlier, there is no one simple set of indicators for resilience, but we need to be assessing and evaluating our investment against a broader set of indicators that include socio-demographic benefits and the benefits to our assets and infrastructure as well. And so to close, I spoke about the dangers of using resilience as shorthand without explanation, assuming that everyone's on the same page as us when they won't be. One of the important recommendations that we heard this morning from the NICU report is about engaging with and empowering communities. We'll all have our own thoughts on what resilience means in terms of our own organisation, but we need to be sure and be clear that we are defined when we are talking about resilience, so that our stakeholders and our communities also share that understanding. Aware, adapt, respond, recover is a simple framework, one that we can all relate to. That's the end of my talk, so thank you, but do sign up for the podcast.
Well, thanks very much, Phil. That was a very thought-provoking presentation. Could I just remind everyone, when it comes to, there is a question and answer session at the end of the afternoon, so do get your questions logged on Slido. At this point then, we need to move on to the next item, which is 7-2100, an adaptation pathways approach to flood resilience. So we've got Dan Trewin from the Environment Agency and Louise Ellis from Arup. Who's going to be the first one up? Okay.
Thanks very much, and good afternoon. My name's Dan Trewin. I'm from the Environment Agency West Midlands, and I'm the project sponsor for 7-2100. I'm here doing a bit of a double act with Louise around the project. So, what is 7-2100? Well, it's a long-term strategy to adapt to flooding as a result of climate change. And partners have come together to respond to this challenge under the River Severn Partnership, where they realise that it's a challenge that we all share. The River Severn Partnership is made up of partners across the Severn catchment, including local authorities in England and Wales, Natural England, Natural Resources Wales, Environment Agency, water companies, environmental charities, and others. It's not a legal entity, so it's got no funding of its own, but it rather forms that umbrella where partners can come together, form strategic priorities, test ideas, look at scaling up initiatives across that wide area. And it's been supported by an MP caucus for over 40 MPs, and it's been very successful in attracting funding to projects within it, and also winning 2 local government awards. It has an aim really to make the Severn Wye, Warwickshire Avon and Team one of Britain's most vibrant and resilient river networks. So why have partners come together? Well, we recognise the threats that climate change in the Severn can have on the Severn catchment. We've got over 50,000 properties at flood risk from fluvial flooding, and a similar number from surface water flooding. We've seen record river levels in recent years, have had a real impact on our communities. And we've also seen, we've got a huge diversity of nature and natural environment that is under stress due to climate change. The catchment supplies around 6 million people with drinking water. And again, all this is likely to be under increasing stress as we go forward with climate change. But this also brings us some opportunities. So when we think about longer term planning, we can think about those opportunities. We've got 5 million people that live and work in the catchment. About 90% of the catchment is agriculture and forestry. And it's hugely important for food production. There's an annual turnover of probably in excess of 7 billion related to that. But it's also got some beautiful protected landscapes. And if you think about the sort of interventions that we could look at that would benefit from nature-based solutions and restoration. And we've got to balance that with growth. Growth also provides that opportunity to adapt to climate change and promote the area as a place to work, live and visit and grow tourism. However, we do need to adapt to a changing climate, and I think this kind of graph illustrates, we repeatedly are hearing that we're having the wettest ever year, or we've got more instances of prolonged dry weather. And you can see this is a graph where the average is in grey and the what we had last year is in blue. When did someone say, well, that was a really average year in terms of weather? When did you last hear that? We just don't hear that anymore. And why do we need to adapt? Well, it's really the effect that this weather is having on our communities. We're really kind of seeing that areas where we've carried out adaptation actions before, and you would have seen the picture from Phil's presentation around the Iron Bridge barriers operating. But we've seen in 2020, we had about over 1,200 properties flooded in the catchment. And that puts increasing stress on some of those schemes and those actions that we've taken. So in Worcester, where we raised the floor levels of properties following 2000 floods, we're finding they're repeatedly getting affected, and that's no longer enough. We're seeing schemes overtopping. We're seeing schemes overtopping that we've raised previously. We've raised twice the Orkney Island scheme in Gloucester, and it overtopped at the beginning of this year. We've seen communities affected on the River Wye on an annual basis now, 5 years in a row. We're deploying our defences 50% more in the last 10 years than in the preceding 10 years. And 8 out of the top 10 floods in Iron Bridge have been since the year 2000. So we need a new approach. And the 7-2100 approach consists of a climate resilience strategy to identify some of the adaptation actions, like some of those things that you're kind of seeing on screen now, where we're taking the whole catchment and we're considering the actions that could also benefit nature, water quality and water resources, and also growth. And we're carrying out a bit of work in the Severn Valley, upstream of Shrewsbury, and with partners and with Powys, Natural Resources Wales, to look at how we can look at some of these actions and reduce the risk of flooding, but also kind of benefit some of those things I've just mentioned as a bit of a pathfinder. And then it's about sequencing these actions to try and understand when they need to happen, in what order, who leads, how they're funded. And this is the adaptation pathway component. And this approach is being piloted in Yorkshire, in London, and in the River Severn catchment. And we're really kind of seeking to produce a blueprint to 2100 of adaptation actions that factor in the uncertainty of the effects of climate change. We've also done a bit of work with citizen panels to recruit a subsect of people across the community in the catchment to guide our thinking around this. And I'll hand over to Louise to talk a bit more about the detail.
Thanks, Dan. I'm going to talk through the approach that we've taken to develop adaptation pathways to 2100 for the Severn catchment. We've adopted several principles in the design of the approach. The first is a systems-based approach. The interdependencies, as we've heard a lot this morning, between flooding, agriculture and development offer the opportunity to look beyond traditional flood defences for adaptation actions, so things like natural flood management, changes to agriculture and planning policy. And in turn, while our strategy is flood focused initially, we are seeking to maximise the wider benefits for water resources, quality, biodiversity and carbon sequestration. We recognise that these wider benefits offer the opportunity for alternative funding mechanisms as well. We're developing these adaptation pathways in partnership. We've engaged with the River Severn Partnership to co-develop the pathways, recognising that they will co-deliver many of the interventions that are included within them. And we're also taking a long-term and adaptive approach with 3 time horizons. A short-term horizon looking to the next 6 years, which will feed into investment plans for the Environment Agency, a medium term from 2030 to 2050, and a longer-term time horizon from 2050 to 2100. This allows us to plan for solutions that have long lead-in times or may require policy changes in order to make them feasible. And finally, we're working at a strategic scale. There's a need to find the appropriate scale for pathways. They need to be sufficiently local to recognise the local context and to identify tangible projects, but large enough to consider landscape scale solutions and allow us to group projects to explore alternative funding and financing models. On the River Severn Partnership, we're developing these adaptation pathways at a sub-catchment scale. So, for example, in the pilot so far, we've worked in the Severn Uplands and the Warwickshire Avon. We've adopted the approach shown on the screen to the development of the adaptation pathways pilot. This approach aligns with the new British standard, BS 8631. And takes us round the process of setting the context, understanding the risks and opportunities, identifying the options, appraising them, sequencing those options into pathways, appraising and selecting the pathways, and then planning for implementation, and crucially, monitoring and evaluating the triggers and thresholds. We have quarterly workshops with the River Severn Partnership as we step through this approach. For example, in the last workshop with the partnership, we screened the options based on a series of criteria that we'd agreed. To date, this is the approach we've taken to develop the pathways. We've begun by developing future scenarios based on the key trends of climate and growth in the catchment. We've used models to understand the peak out-of-bank flow levels at key risk hotspots. And we've carried out opportunity mapping using a nature-based solutions mapping tool and expert knowledge of the catchment. We've appraised each of the adaptation actions, both to understand the reduction of peak flow that they can contribute to, but also to understand the wider benefits they offer, using a 6 Capitals benefits toolkit, and also appraising them against the catchment statements from the sustainability appraisal process. Through workshops, we've then sequenced the portfolios of actions into high-level pathways and stress tested them against future climate and growth scenarios. So just to talk through that in a little bit more detail. Can we move the slide on, please? Thank you. Initially, we developed a long list of trends and then shortlisted them to form this 2x2 scenarios matrix, looking at climate change and growth as our 2 key trends. Next slide, please. I think the clicker's stopped. We've used existing modelling to assess the change to flood extents and depths across the catchment. The flood maps shown on screen are for the high climate scenario for the upper Severn. And you can see over time the change in flood risk across the catchment. This provides our baseline from which to work from when developing our adaptation pathways. We've then developed a long list of adaptation actions and solutions. We've used a source pathway receptor model to identify a long list of solutions covering green, grey, asset management, policy and behavioural solutions. We've undertaken opportunity mapping in 2 ways for each of the trial catchments. We've used a nature-based solutions mapping tool for the upper Severn. It allows us to calculate the storage provided, peak flow mitigation potential, carbon sequestration and habitat provision benefits. We've also assessed the upstream storage opportunities and the applicability of hard defences by examining the modelling that had been undertaken. This was all ground truthed with the Environment Agency, colleagues and existing projects going on in the catchment were mapped. We've then appraised each of the adaptation actions, looking at the maximum peak flow mitigation potential, the indicative cost and environmental impact, delivery considerations, for example, lead-in time, lifespan, and then an assessment of the wider benefits of the solutions, and the alignment of the interventions to the sustainability appraisal objectives. And through workshops, we've essentially looked at how we can sequence these adaptation actions to achieve the peak flow reductions shown on the screen. And we've taken into account lead times and the practicality of delivery. We've done this initially for 3 scenarios: a precautionary approach, an approach where we seek to maximise the benefit, and an approach where we're looking for the lowest cost. And this is how we kind of seek to structure the pathways. The short term builds on developing existing projects, feeds into the EA's 6-year investment plan, looks at the enabling activities for funding and financing and governance, as well as low regrets activities. The medium term seeks to identify the scale and type of adaptation actions, and the long term looks at the principles of an adaptive approach. On the screen, we've got an example of one of the pathways that we've developed for the precautionary approach. And you can see that it includes on the y-axis the intervention type, and the x-axis the peak flow uplift or reduction that each scheme delivers. The lead-in time for each adaptation action is also shown, as well as the interdependencies between each of the adaptation actions. We've then stress tested the pathways, layering on the trends over time, starting with high climate, low climate, and then high growth and low growth. We'll continue to refine the adaptation pathways over the next couple of months, and we've pulled out some of the key findings below to summarise. Firstly, the appropriate scale we found for the Severn catchment to develop adaptation pathways is at a sub-catchment scale. This balances being locally applicable with enabling landscape scale solutions which can attract funding. The River Severn Partnership has been valuable in advocating for the region, co-developing the pathways, and will be crucial in delivery. And finally, adaptation planning allows us not only to identify long-term pathways of flood resilient solutions, but also to identify actions to take in the short term. For example, some of the low regrets activities that are applicable to multiple pathways, planning activities for solutions with longer lead-in times, and understanding the policy and funding enablers needed for future activities. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for a really interesting presentation. I think that really puts some meat on the bones of one of the recommendations from the Infrastructure Commission's report about the importance of catchment-based approaches and taking a long-term perspective. And yeah, really good insight into the issues involved in doing so. It's perhaps just a very good opportunity then to really look at the other side of the coin and a very locally based approach to tackling some of the issues. So next I'm going to invite Wendy Gilligan, who's the chair of the Dinas Powys Flood Action Group, to talk to us about a community response to flooding in their community. Wendy?
Thank you. That's my street. Dinas Powys, living in a flood zone. A community response to flooding. Thank you for inviting me today to discuss my experience of flooding. 23rd of December 2020 will be a date I and the residents of Dinas Powys will never forget. And it was not because we were living with COVID restrictions. After living in Dinas Powys for over 25 years, this was the first time I actually got flooded. I know for other residents that this was not the case. Dinas Powys is a 1 in 100-year chance of flooding. The outline business case in 2020 states onset of flooding was now 1 in 30. I was working at the time in Cardiff and could see the heavy rainfall that we were having, resulting in the road outside my workplace being flooded. When I received the flood alert from NRW, I contacted my partner to see if he was home to assist with our pre-flood plan. He stated he had just arrived and everything looked okay. At this time, I was not really concerned, as residents in Dinas Powys had received numerous flood alerts, but most properties had none or very little flooding. Not this time, however. By the time we had the next alert from NRW stating immediate action required, I contacted my partner, who stated the garden was flooded and it was going to come into the house. Nothing he and many residents could do to protect their properties. Within 30 minutes of that warning, approximately 190 houses were flooded in Dinas Powys. However, he did pick up what he could off the floor, including Christmas presents which were under the tree, to prevent them getting damaged from the flood water. He stated that the water was coming in through the doors, front and back, and up through the floor. Meanwhile, I was stuck in Cardiff, as nobody could get in or out of Dinas Powys. As you can see from the photos behind me, we were completely cut off. Trying to get answers on the state of the roads were impossible. I contacted the police, who told me to contact the council. I contacted the council, who told me to contact the police. It was sheer shambles. I remained in the car park of Morrison's in Cardiff Bay for nearly 3 hours. My house was flooded. I've just picked up the turkey, but I might not be able to cook it. But I got chocolate and champagne, so I thought I'll cope. You have to remember, we were still under COVID restrictions, so all hotels were closed. So I was keeping my fingers crossed that the electrics in my house would be intact and I'd be able to remain in my home. But at this stage, we did not know. While chatting to my partner Martin in the car park, he was stating he did not know how the water was going to get out of the house. But within 30 minutes, he said it just drained away. How bizarre. Around about 9:30, looking at Dinas Powys' Facebook community page, it was obvious that many properties like myself had been affected. But the roads were now passable, so I slowly started my journey home to face the devastation. When I arrived home about 10 o'clock at night, there was no water luckily in my house, but the damage was already done. My grey kitchen floor tiles were a muddy brown. The parkway flooring was beginning to lift, together with my carpets. The watermarks were up to the skirting boards, the sofas were wet, and the electrical cables, side tables, etc. was piled up on the sofas for protection. I thought about 10:30, there's nothing I can do, so went to bed to tackle the destruction the next day, Christmas Eve. After a fretful night, the first thing I did on Christmas Eve was to phone my employers to inform them what happened, and then the insurance company. I looked around my property and thought, where do I start? Luckily, my son had arrived home from university very late the night before, so the three of us started the horrendous job of tidying up. One of my major concerns was that my late husband made numerous pieces of furniture which could never be replaced. But my electrics were thankfully intact, and one of my friend's husbands delivered some drying machines from his factory, which was closed for the Christmas break. This was a godsend, as I was trying to save the parkway flooring, but to no avail. It wasn't the best Christmas Eve, ripping up carpets, throwing out rugs, taking photos of items, and tidying up as much as possible. At this time, I was also very conscious of my neighbours and how they were coping. The impact of your house being flooded not only affects you, your family, your personal possessions, but also has an adverse effect on your mental well-being. Luckily, I could remain in my property while repairs were being undertaken, but for many, they had to move out and find alternative accommodation, which was difficult at the time. By the end of May 21, I can confirm that my house was fully restored and new furniture delivered. But for many, that was not the case. Some residents waited over 12 months and some even longer. The day after Boxing Day was the start of getting things sorted. Jane Hutt, the Senate member, contacted me and we made a visit to the street and residents of Dinas Powys, together with the members of the Community Council. On the 1st of January 21, we had a Zoom meeting with Jane, the Community Council, and 48 residents attended that were affected by the flood in Dinas. I would like to thank Jane for her support and help to the residents of Dinas Powys. At that meeting, we were informed that some residents did not even have flood insurance and had lost everything. A fundraising page was set up by Jessica Watts and passed to the Community Council to administer the funds and assist the residents. At this point in the meeting, I fought hard and asked for volunteers to set up a residents' committee, not only to help those who got flooded, but to plan on what we could do going forward. At this meeting, Tim Marshall from NRW stated that the National Flood Forum was specifically set up to help communities after flooding. With his help and the Vale of Glamorgan Council, contact details were given to assist myself and residents to see if we could set up a flood action group in Dinas. On the 8th of January 21, Jane arranged a resident meeting again by Zoom for everyone impacted by flooding. One thing that I could not understand with the number of properties that were flooded in Dinas and the poor devastation in our village, nothing was reported on the Welsh News. Why? Was Dinas Powys not important? This was something I needed to sort out, and eventually on the 11th of January 2021, our story was told on BBC Wales News at 6 p.m, a result. After our meeting on the 8th of January 21, National Flood Forum, a charitable organisation, was assigned by NRW, who organised and administered the payments to National Flood Forum on behalf of Dinas Powys residents. With their help, we then set up Dinas Powys Flood Action Group. This involved multi-agencies consisting of the Vale of Glamorgan Council, Welsh Water, NRW and volunteers from the residents group. We also continued to have residents meeting with the help of Jane via Zoom, and the National Flood Forum offered virtual recovery sessions to residents to provide support and advice. On the 17th of March 21, we formed the Dinas Powys Flood Action Group with 4 members from the Residents' Committee who had been flooded. Over a period of time, due to personal or work issues, some people left and new committee members joined, but Martine Palmer and myself remain from the original group. Our committee now is myself, Martine, Andrew Bowder, Andrew Peterkin and Jeff Joyce. I would like to thank them for their dedication and assistance in helping our community, and also thanks to the Community Council for allowing us to use the halls for our meetings. We continue to hold multi-agency meetings, and many times it's like 2 steps forward and 1 step back. After checking with the Vale of Glamorgan, we discovered that a safe place for residents during a flood was Barry Leisure Centre, which for residents that was not suitable as we couldn't get out of the village. So we discussed and talked to Hebron Hall in Dinas Powys and the Parish Hall, and there's our safe places now in case we need to leave our properties. We also arranged street WhatsApp groups to look after each other and help neighbours, keeping them informed of flood risks. We have a Facebook social media page, Dinas Powys Flood News. And as part of the Dinas Powys Flood Action Group, Andrew Peterkin set up flood volunteers and flood street reps which are all WhatsApp groups. These volunteers assist vulnerable residents in their street area, helping with sandbags, etc. And they also walk the area to keep an eye on the river levels at the time of heavy rain. Getting volunteers proved difficult, as most of us will have to protect our own properties before helping others. But we have 29 to call upon, and I'd like to thank them for their help and dedication. What next? Well, that's a good question. In 2020, NRW proposed an engineering solution, but received so much opposition, so it was not taken forward. Ironically, main opposition was from those not actually at flood risk. NFR, National Flood Risk Management, is being implemented, but this is extremely complex with over 130 landovers and will take 7 years to implement. This option is limited and will not solve the problems on its own. Flood resilience measures will also be installed, while Natural Resources Wales suggest alternative options and have further consultation with the community. I guess we can't go back in time, but if the flooding was prior to the solution, I think the opposition against it would be a totally different story. Following on from our multi-agency meetings, the Vale of Glamorgan has managed to obtain funding from the Welsh Assembly to help properties that got flooded and to install flood resilience in their properties. This involves different measures and includes flood doors, barriers, pumps, and etc. I'm hoping now that this will start being installed in the new year, which will give some comfort to the properties of residents in Dinas Powys that were flooded on the 23rd of December. We are holding an open forum in the Lee Hall in Dinas on the 18th of January for residents to obtain an update and ask questions with Jane, the SEDIN member, Stephen Doherty, and the multi-agencies. Flood Action continues to meet as their goal will prevent any flooding in Dinas and to protect our community. A big ask, but is achievable. I am aware from our meetings that work is being done behind the scenes, and these things take time. However, that's no comfort for residents in Dinas Powys every time we get that phone call, flood alert issued. And here we go again on our flood page. How does the community feel now? Let down? Forgotten about? Stressed? Worried? When's it going to happen again? It's been 4 years. Many people suffer with their mental health, which is understandable. People can't cope and try and sell their properties, which are finding it difficult. Everyone who's been flooded previously look at the rainfall charts, together with the weather forecast of warnings of heavy rain, and pray that their home will be okay this time. However, this is never guaranteed. This is no way to live, and Dinas Powys Flood Action Group will continue to fight for flood defences in Dinas Powys, because the possibility of Dinas Powys flooded again is real. Out of 1,000 places in Wales, Dinas is around number 50, which tells you that we need something done to help the residents. But what? But when? These are major questions. The residents, as already stated, believe nothing is being done. I am aware that NRW staff are working on a project, and they have appointed a full-time officer to assist, together with a team to help the community. But I believe now that NRW and government need to prioritise, go back to the drawing board and look at ways to prevent any flooding in Dinas Powys. I know that this will take time, but we have to start again, the strategy and plan to prevent flooding in our village. Some residents have given up hope. Just being informed that something is being done, however small, goes a long way. And Dinas Powys Action Group will continue to fight for everyone in our community to protect our properties and protect our village against flooding. So to finish, I would like to ask that we give the residents of Dinas Powys back hope and peace of mind to help them look to the future, to protect their properties and not be anxious and stressed every time it rains heavily. As many of you in the audience and online are working in this field, please can you think how you can be more inventive, creative, and challenge the processes that bring constraints, so schemes can be delivered more quickly to help people at risk of flooding. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Wendy, for sharing your experiences with us. That was a very personal and local perspective, and really a great reminder to us all of why it is we do the jobs that we do. I'd like now to call on Tom Luddington, who's Coastal Stakeholder Manager with Pembrokeshire Coastal Forum, to talk to us about the county's climate adaptation strategy. Tom.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me, and looking forward to sharing a little bit about some of the work that we do at Pembrokeshire Coastal Forum. Yeah, let's see if we can get this working. So as an organisation, we're a community interest company. And this is our vision and our mission. Essentially, we're trying to work closely with coastal communities to help them to do all sorts of things, and we have lots of projects. We've got 18 employees, and we started in 1999, and we've grown up to a larger organisation now. And the four sort of areas of our work are on the screen there: marine renewable energy, responsible recreation, climate change, and water quality and land use. We have lots of projects all underneath one roof. The thing is about Pembrokeshire, it's worth noting, I don't know, most of you have probably been there or know about Pembrokeshire. It's the only coastal national park in the UK. And you know, there's lots of pressures around the coast, and the coast isn't managed by any one organisation. So it's a real necessity that the Coastal Forum are there to act as an umbrella organisation, as a mediator between all the different interests impacting on the coast. And that can be business, you know, oil and gas, renewable energy, it could be the government, you know, the NRW, as well as the national park and communities as well. So it's essentially balancing all the different interests and trying to provide a forum for a way forward and collaborative working. It's a real necessity in Pembrokeshire. So there are some of the projects up on the screen that we work on. I'm just going to home in on one on the stakeholder support leg of that diagram around climate adaptation. Yeah. So this is a view of the Milford Haven waterway. You can see RWE Power and ferry coming and going, and lots of industry, LNG, natural gas, lots of comings and goings. It's also a popular recreational area for water sports and so on. And you're looking out into the coastal national park in the distance. It's an incredibly important area, the highest level of designation for landscape. And so climate adaptation, we've been doing some work literally to try and take action to prepare for and adjust to the current and projected impacts of climate change with communities. This is a picture of Saundersfoot with waves overtopping the front there. And those individual properties that you see sort of further down the Strand line are all individually owned with the sea, essentially their garden wall is the sea wall. And you know, it's challenging times as we're getting more storm events, more extreme weather and sea level rise. And this is the fact of the matter, isn't it? And I heard this at the Wales Climate Week. Hugh Rankin-Davies talked about this. Whilst we can reduce the future severity through decarbonisation and mitigation, it's all about this adaptation as well. We need to prepare right now for the risks that we face. And this is a gorse fire at Newgale. So today is a conference on flooding, but the adaptation schemes and the resilience and the community work that we can do can actually work on the bigger picture stuff of climate adaptation. So in Pembrokeshire, obviously you know about the climate change risk assessment, and number 4 is on its way. And you know, we've heard all about these increased risks today, so I won't go into any detail, but they're coming, and they're on their way. So what are the authorities doing? Well, in 2022, we gathered together all of the various stakeholders in Pembrokeshire, including the National Park, NRW, County Council, community councils, communities, and representatives from the nature organisations like the Special Area of Conservation, the Marine Special Area of Conservation. In all, there were 49 different organisations that we brought together with a consultant, Dr. Alan Netherwood, to draw up a strategy, a climate adaptation strategy for Pembrokeshire. And this county-wide strategy was created and basically was delivered by the PSB, the Public Service Board. And it's given us a really nice framework. It's given us 24 key actions, okay, that are priority actions for Pembrokeshire. And they range from infrastructure, well, I'll talk about those in a minute, but essentially it's the building blocks to moving to a more resilient, more well-adapted future for Pembrokeshire. And we're ahead of the game. This isn't something that we were required to do in 2022. It was something that, as an organisation, Pembrokeshire Coastal Forum, we saw the need for this. Everyone's talking about it, and so we looked for funding to provide ourselves with some funding and the ability to pull all these organisations together and work together to create a strategy. And yeah, so that's how that work came about. There are 4 main areas within the strategy. I'm not going to go into too much detail about the strategy, but you can find the strategy on the Pembrokeshire Coastal Forum website. And the 4 main areas are, as you can see on the screen: infrastructure, natural environment, communities, and business and industry. The picture on the screen, I included it because climate adaptation isn't, for communities, it's not just about telling them that there's a need to adapt, that there are increased risks from extreme weather, flooding, coastal erosion. It's also about really trying to get home that the need to be ready to change. The reason that this is the road going past Newgale, for any of you who know the area, which flooded, and there was a sign saying road closed, but the bus driver, in his wisdom on that day, chose to ignore that sign and drive down the road anyway. And then a large wave came and washed the bus across the road. Now, to me, that is like the essential is that the community is not just aware of the risk, but they fully understand what happens if they don't follow the warning signals, or if they're not signed up to the fantastic warning signal systems that NRW have on offer. You know, there's some good information out there, but there's not enough working with communities to help them to develop these plans. And I'll talk more about that in a minute. So, quick summary of the 24 actions. In fact, I'm going to skip through this because I think you don't really need to know, but they're in there in great detail. And each one of those 24 actions is pretty much a full-time job, in my opinion. Ironically, I'm sort of funded to work on this. We managed to find a bit of funding. I'm funded to work on this 1 day a week, which, as well as supporting the PSB with their work, which is pretty much half of that work. So I end up with 15 days of my time of the year to work on helping the PSB, the Public Service Board, with progressing these 24 actions. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is insufficient. It's insufficient action on these priority actions. We've applied for money from Welsh Government. I believe Welsh Government, we're here earlier, Hugh Rankin-Davies, put money on the table, but we applied to that through the SPF fund, but we're denied to do this work. It's frustrating because we're well placed and really keen to get this work done, to prioritise these actions, nevertheless. And that's the road at Amroth, which is built on top of a shingle bank and is often undermined by the increased storm events that we see along the coast. There's only one community in the whole of Pembrokeshire that's actually on the community risk register, and that's Tenby. But there's so many communities in Pembrokeshire that are at risk, as you can see from the pictures. So it's not just the ones on the register there. So what can communities do? Well, this quote, I believe I heard this again, Dr. Alan Netherwood. Of course, and we've heard it again today, and we've heard the wonderful example just recently about what can be done when a community comes together. But it should be done before the event happens. You know, those groups, those resilience groups should form now, and they should make a plan for the future rather than it happen once the disaster has already happened. You know, you think about what happened recently in Spain, in Seville. If that community had a really, really good climate adaptation plan, that they'd worked together with their local council, or the equivalent in Spain of whatever it is, to have flood warnings in place and to have everyone signed up to it, to have better warning systems in place, what could have been avoided? Perhaps not all of it, but some of it could have been lessened, could have been a much better situation. I've got a list of what communities can do, and we're producing a toolkit to in my 1 day a week. I'm working closely with communities to try and do this work, and we will deliver, and we'll keep pushing to get more funding to do this important work. They can do stakeholder mapping. They can work out who needs to attend these meetings. They can form community groups. They can learn more about climate adaptation and resilience, what that means, what the risks are specifically to their community in that area. People can learn about the complicated roles and responsibilities. We heard that earlier from the NICW report, the NICU report. It's really complicated whose role and whose responsibility it is. Not just that, but the amount of even just adaptation plans that there are now is mind-boggling to me, and I work in the sector, let alone to the community who are busy on the school run and trying to get the kids from A to B and do everything else. You know, so there's a lot but they can, if helped, learn more about the plans and the strategies and the things and the tools and the resources that are available to them. They can also do visioning exercises, postcards from the future, learn about how to make a really good community flood plan. You know, NRW again have got some really good resources, as have Pembrokeshire County Council, on how to write a flood plan. But are they following up with those communities and making sure those communities are actually writing a flood plan? No, because there aren't the resources in place. I would suggest that that is essential work. Now that we know that we're going to have increased flooding, increased coastal erosion, increased storminess, increased extreme rain. The event of a metre of rain falling in 2 days has never happened yet, but it happened in Spain in 2 days. That could happen here. It absolutely can happen here. It just needs that supercell to sit tight over a small area, and we'll see the same thing. So how well are we prepared for that? Well, communities could be well prepared. We need this nuanced, collaborative, place-based approach. And, you know, the community themselves can hopefully then understand the sources of the flooding for their particular community, and that the pathways of the water, if it's an extreme weather event, the likelihood of that happening. And once they understand that, and where the water's coming from, is it going to come from rivers, sea level rise, extreme rain? Is it going to come from the sewer system? I think communities could do a lot to understand all of that, but they need support. So this is about, I only wanted to read the top box. Yes, we feel confident our community is well adapted and prepared for climate change. We have an agreed climate adaptation community plan and protocol. That's where we want to be, and that's literally where we are not in Wales at the moment. But so we need to produce resources and support and help and have funding to get communities to that place. Maybe there's a handful of communities that are in that position, but they're not there yet. And communities can do all of these things too: identify the risks, explore the adaptation strategies, and then develop an action plan. And so we start to map out what that would look like. I won't sort of loiter on this for too long, but it summarises some of the things I've just said. I'll let you read it. Who's vulnerable? That's a really key question, but also who can help? You know, who are the people who aren't vulnerable, who are active within the community, who can be those flood risk volunteers? Participatory mapping, stakeholder mapping, they're all stuff that communities just need help to prioritise and do. So we're producing a climate adaptation toolkit, and it has 3 aims. This isn't live yet. It will be soon, by the end of March. The funding runs until the end of March, and by then it will have been tested and co-created with communities in Pembrokeshire and launched. Essentially, this is what we can do for our small amount of time that we have to work on this. We'll have an interactive map, which will show of Pembrokeshire, kind of a bit of a weird view of Pembrokeshire looking from the islands, but nevertheless it is Pembrokeshire. And you can see the flooded bus and some big wind turbines getting towed out to sea, some aquaculture, so this will be an interactive map, so the communities can learn more about what's happening, solutions as well as impacts, and there'll be what else was on that slide? Yeah, impacts and solutions. The main aims are threefold. It's empower the communities with knowledge to demystify all of the jargon and the plans and the strategies and who's doing what and the roles and responsibilities for their particular communities. So we'll have a knowledge section, a network for action, which is a directory of those different organisations who are involved. And the blueprint for change is the actual resources that communities can use to create their own plans and adaptation plans and so on, and do those visioning exercises, stakeholder mapping, participatory mapping, all that stuff. And that's it from me. It's a short thing, but I wanted to finish with a couple of that were said today. We need essentially to let communities be involved in deciding the solutions for the problems that they face. Getting community engagement. It can either be done well or it can be done badly, but I would argue even if it's done badly, it's better than nothing. And nothing is largely what we've got at the moment. We haven't got enough people engaging with communities. So, and the last thing is to say, you know, in terms of engagement, it's a nuanced skill as well. And as an organisation, we pride ourselves as the Coastal Forum in being facilitators, neutral facilitators who can bring together key stakeholders to facilitate and chair a meeting which is well organised and minuted so that progress can be made. It's not good enough just for an organisation like the County Council or the National Park or NRW to go in and do an engagement event off the cuff without the necessary skills and facilitation and collaboration. I had some feedback, and I won't name any names, but from a community in Pembrokeshire that had a recent engagement event. They said that the people talking to them were only interested in the road. It created panic in the community. There were no next steps. The community voices weren't minuted. They need to listen to the people on the Strand who've lived there since the 1800s. The briefing that they were given was technical and academic, and the community felt that the people delivering that didn't think about how it would make them feel. It just put them into more of a panic. Okay, that's engagement done badly. Still better than nothing, because that community at least are out, up and about, and they understand something about climate adaptation. But what about engagement and collaboration and community engagement, involvement and co-creation done well? Wouldn't that be a thing? So that's what I wanted to leave you with, is a nuanced, localized, place-based approach, more collaboration, moving, as Hugh Aranka-Davies said, from the theory of that to the good practice of that. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks very much, Tom. I'm just going to repeat your final words there. You know, moving from the theory to the good practice, and I think what we've seen this afternoon. You know, initially from Phil with a very good insight into the theory around what resilience is and how we need to approach it and think about it, to three very different spatial scales of applying some of that thinking to respond to the challenges that we face. And, you know, I think, well, we don't need telling, I suppose, although it's always perhaps valuable to remind ourselves just what the scale of the challenges are. And, you know, I was very interested in one thing that Phil said there. I think this is from the Pembrokeshire Climate Adaptation Strategy. There were 24 actions, and each one of them is at least a full-time job. And, you know, I think that's a reflection of the scale of resources that are actually required in responding to climate adaptation. And, you know, this isn't entirely about flood risk management, clearly, but, you know, a substantial part of it certainly is. And, you know, the level of resources that are actually available at the moment. I know there tends to be a certain sort of sense in lots of communities, possibly in Dinas Powys too, and certainly around Pembrokeshire, that, you know, these are risks that are national risks. They affect everybody right across the nation, and so the solutions, and particularly the funding, have also got to come at a national level. And clearly there's a major role for national institutions here, but I think, you know, increasingly the message is we need to be communicating is that actually everyone needs to take a stake in this, no matter how small or how big the resources may be that they've got at their disposal, and they all need to come together and get mobilised. Anyway, we are going to move on now to a question and answer session. Just before we do that, I've been asked to invite everyone to stay for tea and coffee and an opportunity for networking after the event's finished. There will apparently be tea and cakes in the lobby, so there's a very good justification for doing so. Okay, can I invite all of our speakers now, please, to come to the table, and an opportunity then for some questions. Certainly a stimulating set of presentations, and I'm sure there'll be a good range of questions. Is someone at the back? Oh, here we are. Yeah, that's the first one. So a particular focus, Wendy, on Dinas Powys. Sorry to hear of your experiences in Dinas. What one piece of advice would you give to those who may think it will never happen to me?
Well, I didn't think it would happen to me. but it did, and I think is be prepared. So do your own flood plan for your house, you know, like lifting your curtains up off the floor, moving electrics off the floor, etc. And be prepared. The hardest thing I found was trying to get volunteers to help, because we all got busy lives at the moment, and trying to get people to do that residence group was the hardest. But I would say, don't think it will never happen to you, because the threat's real. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Next question. How can we engage the wider community who aren't directly affected by flooding to help them understand the importance of supporting flood prevention policies? Who'd like to pick that one up?
Well, I think through climate adaptation generally, as I said in my presentation, it's not just about flooding. It's about, you know, the increased risk of wildfire, increased risk of drought, extreme weather events, and I think people are switched on to that on the whole, and they are interested to get involved on that sort of subject, and then to also talk about flooding as a part of that broader discussion would be the way to do it. And if you're passionate within your community, there are funds out there, you know, that are available to you to apply for, to have these conversations, you know, climate conversations, as well as general pots of money out there. So I would encourage people to, you know, become an activist within your community, become an action-based person who pulls people together to have those conversations. It needs all of us who understand the risks as truly as we do, the scary risks. Again, another really lovely comment from Hugh, let me see if I can get his name right, Hugh Montgomery, OBE, at the Wales Climate Week, who's a medical doctor, I believe, and he talked about the action needs to be necessary, and if it's a patient that's bleeding to death in a hospital bed, you can't just do what's necessary, you have to do what's sufficient, otherwise that person will lose their life. And so we need to communicate the severity of this situation, make sure that the actions that we're taking are definitely necessary, but are they sufficient, and getting communities involved. And one of the ways to do that is to influence 7 people around you that love you and that you love, making sure that they're on board with you and helping them to make these things happen. So become more active in your community. We're the resilient ones who can manage the stress of understanding the risks and still move forward. And we're quite a rare bunch. So we need to be active within our communities and lead within our communities to help the communities to understand the broader risks. That would be my view.
Okay. I wonder whether, sorry, yes, please.
I was just going to add to that, I think there's something here about innovation as well. At JBA, we've been thinking differently about how we can engage wider society, and particularly that point there about individuals who aren't at risk of flooding, and bring them into the conversation. We've been doing some work with artists on how we can convert the technical, the data that we use within our sector, and how we can make that more relatable to wider society and the whole of society. I spoke in my talk about how the National Resilience Framework sets resilience as a whole of society endeavour, and through the use of arts and our work with artists, it's helped us to create some pieces, some exhibitions and some films which we've been able to take out to communities to help start that conversation and break down what are quite complex and technical issues sometimes for the non-technical person and make it into a relatable form. So I think there's a piece here around innovation.
Okay, next question. Which organisations or individuals do you believe should be leading on engaging with communities and delivering flood resilience action groups and plans?
I suppose I can offer a view in the sense that this used to be part of my role in the Environment Agency many years ago, around supporting groups at risk of flooding and helping people produce flood plans in partnership. And I think that's the key. It's in partnership with other organisations, so local authorities, and particularly any other kind of emergency services that are involved in that kind of conversation as well. But also with the charities we mentioned, National Flood Forum, other kind of key individuals and respected people within the community around delivering that kind of work. It's really important. I think the resilience planning often gets overlooked in favour of a scheme. And as we've seen from some of the pictures, schemes can still be overtopped. So it's really important to make those links with the community so they understand what to do in the event of flooding, and also where they can turn for help and information. And I think also the insurance industry should be part of that conversation.
Yeah, I think that's an important concluding remark there. Well, there we go. Were any of the residents who had home insurance offered or took up Flood Re Build Back Better offers from their insurance company?
No, never heard of that, so I don't know it. The most complaints that we get is that they can't get insurance, or is it too expensive, so that's why a lot of people don't take out the flood insurance even though they need it. So that could be something that I can look at. Thank you.
Certainly one of the things that our committee has uncovered is actually the lack of data and evidence around this at a Wales level, and it's something that I think does need to be prioritised. Still a focus on Dinas Powys then. At Dinas Powys, you mentioned the flood alert didn't worry you initially, as there'd been previous false alarms. Do you feel that something else is needed?
Well, we did have more river gauges set up in the village from Natural Resources Wales, and some of our flood action group actually did some studies, so they know how many metres that the first properties would get flooded, and when the volunteers walk the river, they can tell you more or less whether they think it's going to be flooded or not. Obviously that is not guaranteed, but we have got more of that now, which is a big help and gives some peace of mind to the residents.
Okay, shifting on now to Pembrokeshire. Being from Pembroke, I witnessed constant sums spent on flood defences that continue to fail today. What needs to change as flood risk is outpacing spending? It's not only a Pembroke question, I would suggest.
It's a really good question. Not really my area of expertise, but I will say that some of the schemes are more innovative, and there's obviously there's a scheme at Newgale. You saw the bus that got washed onto the beach in one of my images. There is a scheme that's being put forward by the Pembrokeshire County Council that's gone through for approval to build a new road to link the St David's Peninsula with the hospitals and schools and everything else in Haverfordwest. So where there's a key link, there needs to be major adaptation scheme. It still has to involve the community and so on. But I think that's one of the answers is innovative and big changes. But also then we hear from NRW about coastal squeeze and nature, and there needs to be an understanding of where there are hard defences. They may just not be appropriate in the future. So there needs to be support for communities to relocate. Within the national park, we have the planning is really tricky, but there is a clause within the Pembrokeshire Coast National Park planning to allow people to relocate if needs be when there is a risk to their properties from flooding from the sea and stuff. But it's an unprecedented challenge, so all of us need to collaboratively rise up and make those place-based solutions, working with communities to find out a way forward on this. And I think there's funding available, and communities are willing to make the changes and do the things that they need to do, but they need to be brought along on that journey. They're not with us on this so far, just because no one's talking to them in depth, not enough anyway. Someone else can give some input on that.
Very quickly, please. No.
Sure, no problems. I think some of the work in the adaptive pathway space is really key to this, because it's about understanding what the potential range of futures is, and that then can allow some more informed discussions to happen about what happens when we have exhausted the options, and what are the long-term plans that we may have to enact in the future. And it's not necessarily saying we will have to enact them, but at least we can begin to have conversations with communities, look at what other policy drivers or the policy changes that we may need to enable things like realignment to happen, and what planning processes we have to put in place.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, at that point, I'm sure we could go on for probably another hour with questions, to be honest, but we can't. So that brings this question and answer session to a close. I'd be grateful if you'd all join me in thanking the speakers in the usual way. I'm now going to hand back to Lily, who's going to talk to you about the competition and to offer some concluding remarks.
I don't know much about the competition, so Melissa will do that bit.
We were very happy this year to host an early careers poster presentation competition with the subject matter relating to aspects of flooding or flood risk management work, climate change and resilience. The format for the competition involved a poster, 5-minute presentation and informal questions and answer session with a group of judges. The judges were myself as head judge, as chair of Welsh Branch CIWEM, Catherine Hooley, our committee member of Welsh Branch CIWEM, and Peter Rook, the junior president of CIWEM. The entries were from David Jenkins, Claire Bernal, Lauren Prowse, Anna Quinola, and Murray Colburn. The winner will receive a trophy and a prize money of £150. The judges would like to thank all those who've entered, and the standard of the posters were excellent, but then unfortunately there can only be one winner. Before I announce the winner, I just want to mention why the judges thought they deserved to win. So this person had a good balance of visual aids and text. They had excellent technical content, and the presentation and communication skills were excellent. I can actually tell this person is very organised. And please could the winner come onto the stage and be presented with their prizes. And the winner is Claire Bernal.
So as we draw to a close this year's Wales National Flooding Conference, we'd like to extend heartfelt thank you to each of every one of you attending the conference here and at home. Your dedication to tackle flood resilience, climate adaptation and sustainable water management across Wales and beyond is both inspiring and essential for our collective future. Over the day, we have seen presentations and discussions that have highlighted the complex and evolving challenges we face. We've explored the challenges of climate change, shared insights of our resilience, and reflected on policy needs. From the latest research to real-world applications, each session has underscored how the impact of climate change, infrastructure demands, and the urgency of flood protections converges in a way that requires us to work united and multidisciplinary. Today, more than ever, it's clear that addressing flooding is not a standalone task. It's part of a much larger commitment to sustainability, community well-being, and environmental stewardship. The road ahead will undoubtedly demand even more collaboration, bold thinking, and at times tough decisions. But the insights and actions we have shared here provide a forward momentum that we can all carry with us. As we go back to our respective fields, being it engineering, policy making, academia, or on-the-ground community work, remember that our impact is strongest when we work together. Let's continue to build partnerships, support innovation, and drive policies that put resilience and adaptability at the forefront. In doing so, we can ensure that future generations will live in Wales where communities are safeguarded, natural ecosystems are thriving, and where floods, so inevitable, can be managed in a way that protects both people and nature. We would like to say a big thank you to all our fantastic speakers and the exhibitors outside. Thank you for the Deputy First Minister, Hugh Davis, to give the Welsh Government keynote. Thank you for the event organisers, you did a fantastic job, and the event steering group, which included our sponsors, the Welsh Government, NRW and Cardiff University. Thank you to the sponsors as well and Welsh Government for their generous support. And thank you again, every delegate in person and online, for attending. You might be interested that there's a recording of this event available on both of the ICE and CWIM channels in a couple of weeks' time. And all of the delegates will also be sent a link on an online questionnaire that we would very grateful if you could complete it so we can make the next conference even better. So thank you everyone and enjoy your afternoon tea now.